This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I am going to begin reading to you the story of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. This is Book 1, The Coming of Arthur. The Two Swords. After wicked King Vortigern had first invited the Saxons to settle in Britain and help him to fight the Picts and Scots, the land was never long at peace. Although so much of it was covered with thick forests, much also was beautiful open country, with little villages and towns, country houses and cottages, as the Romans had left it not many years before. Having once seen it, the Saxons could never again be contented with their savage, unfruitful homes in Germany and Denmark, and year by year more and more of them came stealing across the North Sea in their long ships to kill or drive out the Britons and settle in their homes. Vortigern was dead, and Aurelius Ambrosius, last of the Romans, was dead too, when Uther Pendragon, whom some call the brother of Ambrosius, led the Britons. He defeated the Saxons in many battles and brought peace to the southern lands, where he was king, to London and to Winchester, which was then called Camelot, and to Cornwall, where Golowis, his loyal follower, was duke. But Uther fell in love with Golowis's wife, the lovely Igraine, and there was battle between them until Golowis fell and Uther married his widow. He visited her first in the haunted castle of Tintagel, the dark castle by the Cornish sea, and Merlin the enchanter watched over their love. One child was born to Uther and Igraine, but what became of that baby boy only the wise Merlin could have told, for he carried it away by a secret path down the cliffside in the dead of night, and no word was spoken of its fate. Uther had no other children, though Igraine and Golowis had 3 daughters. 2 of these were grown up when Igraine became queen, and were married, Morgois to Lot, king of Orkney, and Elaine to Nandres, king of Carlot. They had sons who in after days were among the bravest knights of the Round Table, but the 3rd daughter, Morgana le Fay, was still only a child, and she was sent to school in a nunnery. Yet, by some means, she learned much magic, which she used wickedly. King Uther Pendragon had only a little while of happiness with fair Igraine, for soon the Saxons made war against him once more, and sent a traitor to serve him, who poisoned the king and many of his followers. a square slab of marble stone in the churchyard, and on the stone an anvil of iron, and set point downwards a great shining sword of steel thrust deeply into the anvil. "Stir not till the service be done," commanded the Archbishop, when this marvel was made known to him, "but pray the more unto God, that we may find a remedy for the sore wounds of our land." When the service was ended, the Archbishop and the lords and knights who had been within the abbey came out to see the wonder of the sword. Round about the anvil they found letters of gold set in the great stone, and the letters read thus: "Whoso pulleth out this sword from this stone and anvil is the true-born king of all Britain." When they saw this, many and many a man tried to pull out the sword, but not one of them could stir it a hair's breadth. "He is not here," said the Archbishop, "but doubt not that God will send us our king. Let messengers be sent through all the land to tell what is written on the stone, and upon New Year's Day we will hold a great tournament, and see whether our king is amongst those who come to joust. Until then, I counsel that we appoint 10 knights to guard the stone and set a rich pavilion over it." All this was done, and upon New Year's Day a great host of knights met together, but none as yet could draw forth the sword out of the stone. Then they went all a little way off, and pitched tents, and held a tournament of sham fight, trying their strength and skill at jousting with long lances of wood, or fighting with broadswords. It happened that among those who came was the good knight Sir Ector, and his son Kay, who had been made a knight not many months before, and with them came Arthur, Sir Kay's young brother, a youth of scarcely 16 years of age. Riding to the jousts, Sir Kay found suddenly that he had left his sword in his lodgings, and he asked Arthur to ride back and fetch it for him. "Certainly I will," said Arthur, who was always ready to do anything for other people, and back he rode to the town. But Sir Kay's mother had locked the door and gone out to see the tournament, so that Arthur could not get into the lodgings at all. This troubled Arthur very much. "My brother Kay must have a sword," he thought, as he rode slowly back. "It will be a shame and a matter for unkind jests if so young a knight comes to the jousts without a sword. But where can I find him one? I know, I saw one sticking in an anvil in the churchyard. I'll fetch that. It's doing no good there." So Arthur set spurs to his horse and came to the churchyard. Tying his horse to the stile, he ran to the tent which had been set over the stone, and found that all 10 of the guardian knights had also gone to the tournament. Without stopping to read what was written on the stone, Arthur pulled out the sword at a touch, ran back to his horse, and in a few moments had caught up with Sir Kay and handed it over to him. Arthur knew nothing of what sword it was, but Kay had already tried to pull it from the anvil, and saw at a glance that it was the same one. Instantly he rode to his father, Sir Ector, and said, "Sir, look, here is the sword out of the stone. So you see, I must be the true-born king of all Britain." But Sir Ector knew better than to believe Sir Kay too readily. Instead, he rode back with him to the church, and there made him swear a solemn oath with his hands on the Bible, to say truly how he came by the sword. "My brother Arthur brought it to me," said Kay with a sigh. "And how did you get the sword?" asked never a one, said Arthur. Well, put the sword back into the anvil, and let us see you draw it out, commanded Sir Ector. That's easily done, said Arthur, puzzled by all this trouble over a sword, and he set it back easily into the anvil. Then Sir Kay seized it by the hilt and pulled his hardest, but struggle and strain as he might, he could not move it by a hair's breadth. Sir Ector tried also, but with no better success. Pull it out, he said to Arthur, and Arthur, more and more bewildered, put his hand to the hilt and drew forth the sword as if out of a well-greased scabbard. Now, said Sir Ector, kneeling before Arthur and bowing his head in reverence, I understand that you and none other are the true-born king of this land. Why, oh why is it I? Why do you kneel to me, my father? Cried Arthur. It is God's will that whoso might draw forth the sword out of the stone and out of the anvil is the true-born king of Britain, said Sir Ector. Moreover, though I love you well, you are no son of mine, for Merlin brought you to me when you were a small child and bade me bring you up as my own son. Then if I am indeed king, said Arthur, bowing his head over the cross hilt of the sword, I hereby pledge myself to the service of God and of my people, to the righting of wrongs, to the driving out of evil, to the bringing of peace and plenty to my land. Good sir, you have been as a father to me since ever I can remember. Be still near me with a father's love and a father's counsel and advice. Kay, my foster brother, be you seneschal over all my lands and a true knight of my court. After this, they went to the archbishop and told him all, but the knights and barons were filled with rage and jealousy and refused to believe that Arthur was the true-born king. So the choice was put off until Easter, and at Easter once more until Whitsun, or Pentecost as it then was called. But still, though many kings and knights came to try their strength, Arthur alone could pull out the sword. Then all the people cried, Arthur, we will have Arthur. By God's will, he is our king. God save King Arthur. And they knelt down before him, the noble and the humble together, the rich and the poor, and cried him mercy for delaying him so long. And Arthur forgave them readily, and kneeling down himself, he gave the wondrous sword to the archbishop, and received of him the high and holy order of knighthood. And then came all the earls and the barons, the knights and squires, and did homage to Arthur, swearing to serve and obey him as was their duty. King Arthur now gathered together all the hosts of Britain, and with the pick of the older knights who had served his father, and the younger knights whose chief desire was to show their courage and loyalty, he set out to do battle with the Saxons and to punish all those thieves and robbers who had ravaged the land for many years, doing cruel and shameful deeds. Before long he had brought peace and safety to the southern parts of Britain, making his capital at Camelot. But the other kings who ruled then in and about Britain, the kings of Orkney and Lothian, of Gwynedd and Powys, of Gore and Garloth, grew jealous of this unknown boy, who was calling himself king of all Britain, and sent word that they were coming to visit him with gifts, but that their gifts would be given with sharp swords between the head and shoulders. Then Merlin came suddenly to Arthur, and led him to the city of Caerleon in South Wales, into a strong tower well provisioned for a siege. The hostile kings came also to Caerleon and surrounded the tower, but they this Arthur, was born to great and wondrous things. A little while after his birth, dark Tintagel, Uther, who hearkened to my words, gave the child into my care, and I bore him to Avalon, the land of mystery. And the dwellers in Avalon, you know them not, but you would call them fairies and elves, cast a pure and great enchantment upon the child, a magic most strong. 3 gifts they gave to Arthur, that he should be the best of all knights, that he should be the greatest king this land shall ever know, and that he should live long, longer than any man shall ever know. These the virtues of a good and generous prince, the dwellers in Avalon gave to Arthur, and in Avalon the elves are forging Excalibur to be the sword of his right, the clean flashing blade that shall be raised only in the cause of right, shining on the earth until the time comes when they shall call it back again. Arthur is your king. Year by year, as he reigns, his kingdom shall grow. Not Britain, nor the islands of the seas, no, nor Armorica and Gaul, but Logres, the land of blessing, God's kingdom upon earth, which Arthur shall show you for a little space before the darkness falls again. There was silence for a while when Merlin had finished speaking, for all those who heard him felt that they were at the beginning of a time of wonders, and that Arthur was more than just a king who ruled because his father had been king, or because he was the strongest man amongst them. Suddenly they all knelt before him where he stood above Merlin on the steps of the tower, and with one voice promised to be his true and faithful subjects all the days of their lives. Then the archbishop set the crown upon Arthur's head, and the people cheered him once more, and this was the real beginning of his reign. Tomorrow we will begin to collect our forces, said King Arthur, and when all are gathered together, we march to the north and to the east to do battle with the Saxons and drive them out of Britain. Then we will build castles and set guards along the coast, so that never again may they invade us. We will rebuild the churches which they have destroyed, and build new ones to the glory of God, and our knights shall ride about the country, punishing all those who break the peace and do ill to any. And if any man or woman, be he or she the greatest or the least of my subjects, be in any trouble, or have complaint against any man, let them come to me, and never shall their sorrow go uncomforted, and their wrong unrighted. King Arthur feasted that day in the great castle of Caerleon, but before ever the feast was ended, there befell the first of the marvellous adventures that were to happen in the wonderland of Logres during his reign. Suddenly into the courtyard there rode a young squire, leading another horse, across the saddle of which lay the body of a knight but newly slain. Vengeance, Lord King, cried the squire, when Arthur came from the hall to learn what this man might mean. Give me vengeance. Here lies Sir Miles, dead upon his steed, as goodly a knight and as brave as any in the land. In the forest, not many leagues from here, King Pellinore has set up his pavilion beside the high road, by a well of fresh water, and he goes about to slay all knights that pass this way. Wherefore I pray you that my master be honourably buried, and that some knight ride out to avenge his death. There was a certain squire in Arthur's court, whose name was Griflet, no older than Arthur himself, and now he fell on his knees before the king and begged him for all his service, to make him a knight, so that he might go out and fight with Pellinore. You are not old enough yet for such a battle, said King Arthur, nor have you grown great enough in strength. Yet make me a knight this was done, he went on, "And now, Sir Griflet, since I have made you a knight, surely you owe me a gift." "My lord, whatever you shall ask is yours," said Griflet. "Promise me then," commanded Arthur, "by your honour as a knight, that when you come upon King Pellinore by the well in the forest, you joust but with your spears, and on horseback or on foot, fight with him in no other wise." "That will I promise you," said Griflet, and then he took his horse in great haste, snatched up his spear, slung his shield on his left arm, and went off in a cloud of dust until he came to the well side in the forest, and there he saw a rich pavilion, and before it a horse ready saddled and bridled, and at the side a tree on which hung a shield painted in bright colours, and by it a great spear. Sir Griflet hit the shield with the butt of his own spear so hard that it came clattering to the ground, and King Pellinore came out of the pavilion, a tall, strong man, as fierce as a lion. "Sir Knight," he cried, "why smote you down my shield?" "Sir, for that I would joust with you," answered Griflet. "It were better that you did not," said King Pellinore. "You are but a new young knight, and not so strong as I." "In spite of that, I will joust with you," repeated Griflet. "Well, this is by no desire of mine," said King Pellinore, as he buckled on his armour. "But let things fall as they must. Whose knight are you?" "Sir, I am one of King Arthur's court," cried Griflet, and with that they rode away in either direction along the road, then turned their horses, set their spears in rest, and galloped at one another as hard as they could. Sir Griflet's spear struck the shield of King Pellinore and broke all to pieces, but King Pellinore's spear went straight through Griflet's shield, deep into his side, and there broke off short, and Sir Griflet and his horse fell upon the ground. King Pellinore came and bent over Sir Griflet, who lay still where he had fallen, and unloosed his helmet. "Well, this was a brave youth," said Pellinore, "and if he lives, will be a mighty knight." Then he placed Griflet across the saddle, and the horse galloped back to Caerleon with none to guide it. Arthur was very wroth when he saw how badly hurt was Sir Griflet, and at once he put on his own armour, closed the visor of his helmet so that no one could see his face, and with spear in hand rode hard into the forest to be revenged upon King Pellinore. But on his way he found 3 robbers attacking Merlin, and they seemed like to beat him to death with great clubs. "Fly, churls!" cried Arthur, riding at them furiously, and the 3 cowards turned and fled when they saw the knight charging at them. "Ah, Merlin," said Arthur, "for all your wisdom and your magic, you would have been murdered in a few minutes if I had not come to your rescue." "Not so," answered Merlin, smiling his mysterious smile. "Easily could I have saved myself had I willed it. It is you who draw near to your death, for you go towards it in your pride, if God does not aid you." But Arthur would not take heed of Merlin's wisdom, and rode fiercely on until he came to the rich pavilion by the well, and there sat King Pellinore upon his great war horse waiting for him. "Sir Knight," cried Arthur, "why stand you here, fighting and striking down all the knights who ride this way?" "It is my custom to do so," answered Pellinore sternly, "and if any man would make me change my custom, let him try at his peril." "I will make you change it," cried Arthur, "and I will defend my custom," replied Pellinore quietly. Then they drew apart and came riding together at full tilt, so hard that both spears shivered into little pieces as yourself to be a knight of little worth. There are 2 ways with that, cried Arthur, mad with shame and fury. Death is welcome when it comes, but to yield, never. And with that he leapt in under Pelinor's sword, seized him round the waist, and hurled him to the ground. They struggled there for a little while, but Pellinor was still the strongest, and presently he tore off Arthur's helmet and took up his sword to cut his head off also. But Merlin came suddenly and laid his hand on Pellinor's shoulder. Knight, he said, hold your hand and do not strike this stroke, for if you do, the hope of Logresse dies, and you put this land of Britain into the greatest ruin and desolation that ever a country suffered. Who is it? Asked Pellinor. This is King Arthur, said Merlin. For a moment Pellinor was tempted to strike the blow, for he feared that if Arthur lived, he would never forgive him for what he had done. But Merlin smiled quietly and placed his hand on Pellinor's head, and at once all the anger and fear went from his mind, and he sank back quietly against the tree beside the well of clear water and passed into a deep sleep. Merlin helped King Arthur, who was sorely wounded, to mount his horse, and led him away into the forest. Alas, Merlin, what have you done? Asked Arthur, for now he had put from him all the pride and wilfulness which had so nearly caused his death. You have killed this good knight by your magic, and I would rather have lost my kingdom than that so brave and mighty should die thus. Cease to trouble, said Merlin, for all things work by the will of God and to the glory of Logresse. He is more like to live than you are, but you are sorely wounded, and he does but sleep. I told you how mighty a fighter he was. This is King Pellinor, who in time to come shall do you good service, and his sons, Sir Tor and Sir Lamorak, shall be among the bravest of your knights. Then Merlin brought Arthur to a hermitage where lived a good old man, who was a clever leech or healer of wounds, and in 3 days he was nearly cured and could ride once more and fight as strongly as ever. Alas, said Arthur, as they rode through the forest, now I have no sword. Let not that trouble you, said Merlin. There was no virtue in the sword which is lost, it has served its purpose. But near here your own sword awaits you. It was made in Avalon by fairy craft, made for you alone, until you must return it your journey to Avalon yourself. It is called Excalibur, and none may stand against its stroke, and with it you shall bring freedom and peace to Logresse. This is the hour appointed when Excalibur shall be placed in your hand, for now you will grasp its hilt in all humility and draw it only to defend the right. Deeper and deeper into the forest they went, and before long the hills rose on either side, until they were riding through a narrow valley that wound through dark mountains, and at last they came to a narrow pass in the rocks, and beyond it, in a cup of the mountains, Arthur saw a strange lake. All around it the hills rose darkly and desolately, but the lake water was of the clearest, sunniest blue, and the shore was covered thickly in fresh green grass and flowers. Over the brow of a little rise, beyond the lake, the mountains opened out into a great plain, and beyond it was water, half hidden in mist and broken with many islands. This is the lake of the fairy palace, said Merlin, and beyond the lake, over the brow of the hill yonder, lies the plain of Camlan, where the last battle shall be fought, and you shall fall beneath the stroke of the evil knight. And beyond the plain lies Avalon, hidden in the mist and the mysterious waters, wise, said Merlin gravely. The scabbard is worth 10 such swords, for while you wear that magic scabbard, you shall lose but little blood, however sorely you are wounded. Keep well that scabbard, and have good care of it after I am gone from you, for a certain wicked lady, who is nearly related to you, shall seek to steal both sword and scabbard. They rode on, and in a little while met King Pellinore, who rode past as if he had not seen them. I marvel, said Arthur, that he did not even speak to us. He saw you not, answered Merlin, for my magic was upon him, but had you striven to stay him in your pride, then he would have seen you well enough. Before long they came to Caerleon, and his knights welcomed Arthur joyfully, and when they heard of his adventures, they were surprised that he should thus have gone into danger alone. But all the bravest and noblest of them rejoiced exceedingly that they had such a king, one who would risk his life in an adventure as other ordinary knights did. And that ends the first part. I will read the second part in another video. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers, saying thank you for joining me. Bye bye for now. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I am going to continue reading the story of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. This is chapter 2, Balin and Balan. In Caerleon, King Arthur remained for many months, gathering his followers from all parts of the country and preparing them for the great battles that were to come when they should go over all the island of Britain and across the sea into Armorica, which we now call Brittany, to punish the cruel and wicked and drive out or bring to order the heathen Saxons. And while he was still preparing for the war, King Ryan of North Wales, one of the proudest and cruelest of the enemies of Logres, sent a message to King Arthur, and this was the message: that Ryan had conquered 11 lesser kings and cut off their beards to make a border to his royal mantle, and he would spare King Arthur on condition that he sent his beard to make the 12th on the mantle, as a token that Ryan should be his overlord and his master. Otherwise, he would enter Arthur's lands to burn and slay, until he had by force not only Arthur's beard, but his head also. This is the most shameful and unrighteous message that ever I received, said King Arthur to the messengers. Go back to Ryan the savage, tell him that I will come against him with all my knights, and fight until his head is smitten off, unless he comes to do me homage. For I owe him none, who am by right king of all Britain, and by divine will the maker of the realm of Logres, in which realm there is no place for such a monster as this Ryan. The messengers went away, and before long news came that King Ryan was gathering together an army, and that bands of his wicked followers were already ravaging the lands of Arthur's true subjects, burning and slaying wherever they came. But there were other powers of evil warring against Logres, powers of magic harder to guard against and to overcome than King Ryan or the Saxons. As Arthur held court with his knights in the castle of Caerleon, there came one day a damsel bearing a message to him, and when she had delivered her message, she let the cloak fall from her shoulders, such an instrument of war does not suit a fair damsel such as you. Now that you've asked me, replied the damsel, I may tell you. This sword I bear with me is a token of my sorrow. I may not be free from it until I find a knight, a passing good man in deed and thought, without wickedness or treachery or evil thinking, who is able to draw it from the scabbard. I have been to the court of King Ryan, where I was told there were good knights, but none might achieve the sword. A great marvel indeed, said Arthur, yet not so strange among the followers of Ryan. But now let one of my knights set his hand to the hilt of it. Then a brave knight took hold of the sword and pulled eagerly, but he could not draw it. There is no need to pull half so hard, said the damsel. In the right man's hand it will come out at a touch, but he must be a gentle knight, well born and without evil in his heart. One after another the knights tried to draw the sword, but in turn each of them failed. Alas, sobbed the damsel, I had thought that in the court of King Arthur I would have found one man true enough knight to draw forth my sword. By my faith, said Arthur, half angered at her words, here are knights as good as any in the world, but they are not fated to help you, which troubles me sorely. But it happened that a young knight named Balin, whom no one thought much of, for he had lately been in prison for killing a cousin of King Arthur's, came into the hall while all this was going on. Fair damsel, he said presently, I pray you of your kindness, let me try also to draw the sword. I am but a poor knight of Northumberland, but strong and passionate, and maybe these humble garments hide a better man than they seem. You speak wisely, said the damsel, therefore try your fortune also. Then Balin took the sword by the girdle and sheath and drew it out easily, and when he looked upon the keen shining blade, he loved it so much that it seemed worth more than the most precious thing in the world. Many of the knights murmured, being jealous of Balin, but the damsel said, Certainly this is a passing good knight, the best in all this land, and many great and wondrous deeds shall he do. But now, kind and courteous sir, I beg you to give me back my sword. Not so, answered Balin. With this sword I shall never part. You are not wise to keep it, said the damsel, for with it you shall slay the best friend that you have, and the man you love best in the world, and that sword shall be your own destruction. It is a magic weapon, which the lady of the Isle of Avalon gave to me. I will take my chances of what may come, replied Balin, but this sword I will not give up. Then the damsel made many lamentations, and departed from the court in sorrow, and while Balin stood to one side looking at his sword and rejoicing in it, and as the other knights crowded together, talking of what had happened, the Lady of the Lake came suddenly into the hall and stood before King Arthur. I slay Ryan, then surely King Arthur will be my friend again. But in King Arthur's court there was great wrath and uproar, and in the midst of it a proud knight of Ireland, Sir Lancelot, who was jealous of Balin for winning the sword, asked leave of King Arthur to ride after him and seek vengeance for the ill deed which had been done. "Do your best," said Arthur, "for I am much angered with Balin. I would that we might wipe out the shame that has fallen upon Lagresse by reason of that cowardly blow." Sir Lancelot went from court with all the haste he might, and it was not long before he overtook Balin. But meanwhile Merlin came suddenly to the king and said, "Evil has come into Lagresse, and greater shall follow. The damsel who brought the sword has set the seeds of great and terrible things. That sword she had by false means from the lady of the Isle of Avalon, and in that sword dwells a curse which must be borne to the end that in after days a blessing may come upon Lagresse by that sword in the hand of Galahad, truest knight of Lagresse. But alas for Balin, for the curse is upon him, who would have been of the bravest and best of your knights. He goes to his death, and naught can save him, yet I will follow and see what good I may bring to him." While this was happening, Sir Lancelot had come up with Balin. He was riding up into the hills of Wales. "Stay a while," he shouted, as soon as he might be heard, "or I will make you stay, whether you mean to or not. The shield you carry before you shall not help you, for I am after you." "Maybe you would have done better to stay at home," said Balin, turning to meet him. "Whence come you, and for what reason?" "I am from the court of King Arthur," answered Lancelot, "and I come to punish you for the evil stroke that you struck this day in his presence." "It grieves me much to have offended the best of kings," said Balin, "but that damsel whom I slew was the wickedest in the world." "Make you ready, base knight," was all that Lancelot would reply. So the two of them fought there upon the hillside, and the end of it was that Balin smote Sir Lancelot through the body, so that he fell to the ground dead. Balin stood beside him and was filled with sorrow at the death of a brave knight. But greater sorrow was to follow, for as he stood, a lovely maiden on a white horse came riding full speed up the hill. When she saw Lancelot lie bleeding on the road, she cried aloud in great sorrow, and came and flung herself on the ground beside him. "Ah, Balin," she sobbed, "a sad stroke have you stricken. You have slain two bodies with one heart, and two hearts in one body, and two souls are lost by it." Then she took up Balin's sword, which lay on the ground, and before he could stop her, flung herself upon the point of it, and fell dead across the body of Sir Lancelot, whom she had loved better than life. If Balin was sad before, he was doubly sad now that he had caused the death of two such true lovers, and he would not be comforted, even when his brother Balin found him there, Balin, whom he loved better than any in the world. "Many sad things have indeed befallen you," said Balin, "but we must endure even the hardest adventures that God sends us." "That is so," said Balin, "and now let us ride on, for I would This is Balan, your brother, and you go now to meet with King Ryan. But your quest will be of little use unless you are advised by me." "Ah," said Balin, bowing reverently, "you are Merlin. We will indeed be ruled by your wisdom." "Follow me," said Merlin, "and you shall do a knightly deed." But unknightly deeds have been done by the Knight of the Sword, yet good as well as evil shall come of them to Lagresse. Sir Launcelot lies dead, and with him his beloved, the Lady Columba. King Mark of Cornwall has found them, and will build a fair tomb above their bodies, and in days to come the greatest battle ever fought between two knights shall fall out just there, between Lancelot and Tristram, whom the land knows not yet, and King Mark shall find sorrow there also. But woe to you, Balin, for you shall strike the dolorous stroke. Yet for the healing of that stroke shall the Holy Grail come to Lagresse, and the good knight Sir Galahad shall achieve it, and thereafter shall the darkness fall once more upon Lagresse. These things which the good enchanter told to them filled Balin and Balan with awe and wonder, and they rode on in silence until the fall of night. "Dismount now," said Merlin, "unbridle your horses, leave them and follow me." In the midst of a dark wood they came to a little glade filled with soft moonlight. "Abide hereby," said Merlin, "for at midnight King Ryan comes here secretly, with but a few men, to take by force the Lady of Vaunts, who is to pass this way with 2 knights in search of her lord." King Ryan came with 20 armed men, and Balin and Balan attacked them with such fury that many were slain and the rest fled. But King Ryan turned to fight with Balin, and after a great battle he fell wounded to the ground. "Brave knights," said Ryan, "I pray you, slay me not. You may gain much by my life, but little by my death." "You speak truth," said Balin. "You shall come yet living to King Arthur." "I will lead him to Caerleon," said Merlin, "for here you must abide till the great battle that is to be, when you shall do King Arthur good service." Merlin came to Caerleon as Arthur was about to march into North Wales. "I bring you your worst enemy," he said, but he was overcome and taken by 2 good knights, whom you shall know at the great battle you go now to fight. It shall be before the walls of Castle Tarabel, and there you shall conquer 12 kings. King Arthur marched onward, and the 12 kings made ready for him. King Ryan was with them no longer, but Lot of Orkney had been persuaded by evil counsel to join them, which was a sad thing, for he was a brave man and a good and noble king, and the husband of Morgause, Arthur's half-sister. All through one long day the battle of Castle Tarabel was fought, and for long it seemed that Arthur must lose. But on a sudden 2 knights came riding out of the forest and entered the battle from behind, striking such blows and fighting so furiously that the 12 kings thought that a new army was come against them, and broke and fled. In the evening only King Lot remained alive of the 12 kings, and only his followers still fought on, for none could overcome King Lot. Then on a sudden came King Pellinore, following the questing beast across the world as his fate was, and he fought with Lot and struck him such a mighty blow with his sword that Lot fell to the ground and died, and the hosts of Orkney fled into the darkness. "You have won a great battle for Lagresse," said Merlin, "but the victory belongs to the Knight of the Sword, and his brother, and to the Knight of the questing beast." "And who are these?" asked as if some dreadful ill had befallen him. "Stay a while, fair sir," cried Arthur, "and tell me wherefore you sorrow thus." "You can do nothing to help me," said the knight, and he rode sadly on his way. A little while later came Balin, and knelt to King Arthur. "Now, by my head," said the king, "you are right welcome." "I may not abide," said Balin, "for a sore curse is upon me, and evil will come upon all those who are with me for long. But I pray you, my good lord king, give me some quest to follow, so that I may strive for the making of Lagresse before the evil overtakes me." "It grieves me that you cannot stay to follow me," said King Arthur, "but Merlin has told me of your fate. And as for a quest, but now our knight rode by crying and lamenting some great sorrow, wherefore I desire you to follow him, and bring him to me, that we may help him, if any help is to be found in man." Balin rode on as fast as he could, and before long found the knight riding beside a damsel in the forest. "Sir Knight," he cried, "you must turn round and come back with me to King Arthur to tell him the cause of your sorrow." "That I will not," said the knight, "for it will harm me greatly and do me no good." "Sir," said Balin, "I pray you, make ready to obey me, for otherwise I will fight with you and bring you by force." "Will you promise me safe conduct if I come?" said the knight. "There is much evil abroad in this forest, yet from black enchantment I cannot fly." "Surely I will give you safety," said Balin, "or else die for it." They rode back after this, the damsel waiting in the forest until they came to the king's pavilion. But there, right in front of it, in the very presence of King Arthur, there came one invisible and smote the knight who rode with Balin through the body with a spear. "Alas," said the knight, "even under your safe conduct I am slain. That was the false knight Garlon, who by black magic rides invisible. The evil has come upon me, as I feared it would. But mount now my horse, which is faster than your own. Ride back to the damsel in the forest, and follow the quest that I was on, as she will lead you, till you have avenged my death." Then the knight fell dead to the ground, and in great sorrow Balin mounted his horse and rode to the damsel, whom he told of all that had happened. Together they rode on towards the castle of Merlin, but before they reached it, they overtook another knight who was returning from hunting. They rode with him on his way, but in a little came Garlon, the invisible knight, and smote him as well, so that he fell down and died. "For this also shall I do vengeance upon Garlon, the coward and traitor," said Balin, and they came to the gateway of Castle Merlin. Balin strode first over the drawbridge into the castle, with a damsel behind him, but as soon as he had passed under the gateway, the portcullis was let down, so that there was a grating of iron and wood between him and the damsel. Then many men ran together and took the damsel, and it seemed to Balin that they were about to kill her. He could not break through the portcullis, but instead he ran up the nearest stairway and jumped 20 feet from a window into the dry moat, and fell upon the men with drawn sword. "Fair knight," said the leader of them, "we will not fight with you, nor would we do harm to you or the damsel. But the lady of this castle has lain sick this many a year, and the custom of this land is that all damsels who pass this way must seek to heal her, which may be done with the blood of a pure maid of noble birth, and the maid shall not suffer therefrom." "Well," said Balin, "if the damsel wills it, you may take blood from her, but do her no harm, for I would not for my life that any ill should befall her." Then they came within the castle, and the damsel gave of her blood twice? He asked. But a little while ago, said the Knight of Meliot, I jousted at Castle Carbonek, and twice I smote down a knight of King Pelles. Following, then this villain knight swore to be revenged by hurting the one I loved best, and the next day he rode invisible and smote my son, who may not now be healed of his grievous wound until I have that knight's blood, whose name ever I know not. Ah, said Balin, that knight is Garlon, who has slain 2 knights in like manner. Indeed, I am now in quest of him, that I may slay him to avenge the wrong he has done to this damsel. I will tell you how to find him, cried the Knight of Meliot. King Pelles will shortly hold a great feast in Castle Carbonek, to which any knight may come, but each must bring with him his chosen damsel, and there you shall find this Garlon, your enemy and mine. The very next morning they set out, and in 15 days came to Castle Carbonek, and were welcome to the feast. But the Knight of Meliot was made to remain outside, since he had brought no lady with him. Balin was led to a fair chamber, where he was unarmed and clothed in rich robes. Now his sword was taken from him, for the custom was that no man may come armed to the feast. But Balin hid his own long dagger beneath his robe, and so came down with his damsel into the great hall, where the other knights and ladies were gathered. Presently Balin asked, Is there not a knight in this court whose name is Garlon? Over there you may see him, he was told. The knight with the cruel, dark face. But indeed he is the most marvellous man now living, for he can ride invisible and slay whomsoever he will. Indeed, said Balin, so that is Garlon. And then he thought to himself, if I kill him here, where all these knights and ladies may see, I shall not escape with my life. But if I leave him now, I may never find him again, and he will do much harm if he lives. Now as he sat looking at him and wondering what to do, Garlon saw him, and coming over, struck him in the face, saying, Knight, why do you stare at me like this? For shame, eat your meat and do what you came for. It were shame indeed not to avenge this insult, and all the other ill deeds which you have done, cried Balin, springing up. And as to what I came for, it was to do this. And as he spoke, he drew his dagger and stabbed Garlon to the heart, so that he fell down dead. Then there was a great commotion in the hall. Sir, wherefore have you slain Garlon, who was my guest? Cried King Pelles. For this evil deed surely you shall be slain before you depart from the castle of Carbonek. Well, cried Balin, come and kill me if you dare. Yes, said King Pelles, no man shall do it but I, for Garlon was my knight. And as he said this, King Pelles snatched a great sword from the wall and struck fiercely at Balin, who guarded the blow from his head with the long dagger. But so mighty a stroke had King Pelles stricken that Balin's dagger flew into small pieces. When Balin found that he was weaponless, he turned and ran, seeking for a sword or a spear with which to fight, and King Pelles followed him, still in a great rage. Away went Balin out of the hall, with King Pelles behind him, along stone passages, up dark spiral staircases, and through room after room of that great mysterious castle. And at last he came to a great tower far away from the part where anyone lived, or had lived for many centuries, and still up and up the tower he went, until near the top he paused at a closed door, and a great feeling of awe and fear began to creep over him. But he heard King Pelles clattering up the stone steps behind him, so he pushed open the door and sprang into the room. blessing of God. But he saw above the table a strange spear, which hung point downwards with nothing to support it, and once more he heard King Belus behind him, stumbling over the threshold of the room. Then Balin leapt forward to seize the spear. "Sinner, touch it not," cried the voice again. But he did not heed it, for he seemed to wish for nothing but to turn and slay King Belus. King Belus stood in the doorway, and he had dropped his weapon, and all the hate had gone from him. But Balin, in his madness, took the spear and struck the dolorous stroke, wounding King Belus deeply in the side. Then the castle of Garbonek shook and rocked, all became dark, and a great wind seemed to seize Balin and whirl about him, and cast him bleeding and senseless on the ground, while a terrible cry of woe rang in his ears and went echoing away across the distance. 3 days Balin lay senseless among the ruins, which alone remained of much of the castle, and on the 4th Merlin came and drew him out and set him upon a horse. "Sir, I would have my damsel," said Balin feebly, as he came to himself again. "See," answered Merlin, "where she lies dead, and many another with her. You have struck the dolorous stroke and laid waste 3 counties, for the cup you saw was the Holy Grail wherefrom our blessed Lord Jesus Christ drank the wine at the Last Supper, and the spear which you laid impious hands upon once pierced his side as he hung upon the cross of all our sins. Now Belus the maimed king lies wounded with a wound unhealable in the hall of Castle Garbonek, until Galahad the pure knight shall come to cure him after many years. Joseph of Arimathea, in whose tomb our Lord was laid, ere he rose again, brought them to Britain, and died yonder in Castle Garbonek. The spear has accomplished the evil that must fall upon Lagresse, but the Grail awaits the truest, holiest, and purity, wherewith Lagresse shall be blessed for a little while before the end." Sad at heart, Balin rode forward through the wastelands, and as he passed, the people cried to him, "Ah, Balin, you have brought great sorrow upon this country. Doubt not but that vengeance shall fall upon you." At last he came out of these desolate fields and villages into the deep forests, and rode through them 8 days, until he came to a castle set on the bank of a fair broad river. And as he came out of the forest, he heard a hunting horn blow the mort, which is the call blown ever at the death of a deer. "That blast," said Balin, "is blown for me, for I am the prize, and yet I am not dead." A long bridge led across the river to the castle, and as Balin drew near, a great company came riding across it to meet him, 100 maidens singing more sweetly than the plaintive nightingale, and 100 knights richly dressed riding gravely behind them. The lady of the castle came to Balin and said, "Sir knight, welcome are you to my castle. Here you may rest in peace after your toils and sorrows. But first, for so the custom is, you must fight with the Knight of the River, for he is our champion who dwells upon the island in midstream, and all who enter the castle must pass him." "It is a bad custom," said Balin, "that a knight may not pass this way without doing battle with a stranger." "You need but this one battle," said the lady. "Well," answered Balin, "since I must fight, I am ready now. My horse is still fresh, though my heart is weary, and I long to sleep." "Noble sir," said a knight to Balin, "I think that your shield is too small for such a battle. Use mine, I beg you." Balin thanked the knight, took his shield, and rode down toward the river, looking to his armour as he went to see that he was well prepared for the fight. was himself smitten until he fell. As he rose to fight on, Balin saw that the bridge and the castle walls were crowded with fair knights and sweet ladies, who watched there in silence while the battle was fought. To it again they went, striking great strokes that might have each killed a weaker man, on and on until much of their armour was smitten away, and each was wounded with 7 cruel wounds from which the life-blood ran down onto the ground. And at last the Black Knight sank to the ground, unable longer to stand on his feet. Balin stood leaning on his sword, but without it too would have fallen. "What knight are you?" he asked hoarsely, "for never till this day did I meet with one so brave, except only my brother." "My name," said the Black Knight, "is Balin, brother to the good knight Balin." "Alas, that ever I should have lived to see this day," cried Balin, and he fell to the ground in a swoon for loss of blood and in horror of what had chanced. Very slowly and painfully crawling on his hands and knees, Balin drew near to Balin, unlaced his helmet and looked upon his face, and Balin awoke and cried, "O Balin, my brother whom I love better than any man in the world, you have slain me, and I have slain you also, and men shall speak in sorrow of our deaths for evermore." "Alas, that ever this should be," sobbed Balin. "Had you but carried your own shield, I would have known you by the arms upon it, and had I not overcome and slain the knight who kept this island in past times, I would not now have been its keeper, armed all in black." Then the lady of the castle and her followers came to them, and Balin said, "Lady, the same mother bore us who now die in the same hour, slain each by the other unknowing whom we struck. Bury us, I pray you, in the same tomb, and write upon it that here lie 2 brothers who slew one another by mischance, so that all who pass by may pray for our souls." Then Balin died, and Balin a little later, and the lady of the castle caused their tomb to be made there upon the island in the river, and she set Balin's name upon the tomb, but his brothers she did not know. When this was done, Merlin came suddenly to the place, and bade them write the name of Balin, and that he was the unhappy knight who struck the dolorous stroke. Then he took the unlucky sword, which had been broken in the fight, and set a new blade in the hilt, and laughed softly as he did so. "Why do you laugh?" asked the lady of the castle. "For this cause," said Merlin. "No man shall handle this sword now, save only Lancelot and Galahad his son, and that shall be when the knights of Lagresse seek for the Holy Grail. In the castle also you have a bed, but none shall lie in it without going mad, save Lancelot alone. But in the end Lancelot shall use this sword, and the bravest knight of Lagresse, the man he best loves in the world, shall fall beneath it, and that shall be Gawain. But soon thereafter shall come the last battle on the plain of Camlan, and the darkness shall fall once more upon Lagresse." Merlin left the scabbard of Balin's sword in the castle, where Galahad should find it. But the sword with the new blade he set shall begin our history of King Arthur by giving those particulars of his life which appear to rest on historical evidence, and then proceed to record those legends concerning him which form the earliest portion of British literature. Arthur was a prince of the tribe of Britons called Silures, whose country was South Wales, the son of Uther, named Pendragon, a title given to an elective sovereign, paramount over the many kings of Britain. He appears to have commenced his martial career about the year 500, and was raised to the Pendragonship about 10 years later. He is said to have gained 12 victories over the Saxons. The most important of them was that of Badon, by some supposed to be Bath, by others Berkshire. This was the last of his battles with the Saxons, and checked their progress so effectually that Arthur experienced no more annoyances from them, and reigned in peace until the revolt of his nephew Modred 20 years later, which led to the fatal battle of Camlan in Cornwall in 542. Modred was slain, and Arthur, mortally wounded, was conveyed by sea to Glastonbury, where he died and was buried. Tradition preserved the memory of the place of his interment within the abbey, as we are told by Giraldus Cambrensis, who was present when the grave was opened by command of Henry II about 1150, and saw the bones and sword of the monarch, and a leaden cross let into his tombstone, with the inscription in rude Roman letters, "Here lies buried the famous King Arthur in the island Avalonia." This story has been elegantly versified by Warton. A popular traditional belief was long entertained among the Britons that Arthur was not dead, but had been carried off to be healed of his wounds in Fairyland, and that he would reappear to avenge his countrymen and reinstate them in the sovereignty of Britain. In Warton's Ode, a bard relates to King Henry the traditional story of Arthur's death, and closes with these lines: "Yet in vain a Paynim foe, armed with fate the mighty blow, for when he fell, the elfin queen, all in secret and unseen, ere the fainting hero threw her mantle of ambrosial blue, and bade her spirits bear him far in Merlin's agate axled car, to her green isles enamelled steep, far in the navel of the deep, ere his wounds she sprinkled dew from flowers that in Arabia grew. There he reigns a mighty king, thence to Britain shall return, if right prophetic rolls I learn, born on victory's spreading bloom, his ancient sceptre to resume, his knightly table to restore, and brave the tournaments of yore." After this narration, another bard came forward, who recited a different story. When Arthur bowed his haughty crest, no princess veiled in azure vest snatched him by Merlin's powerful spell, in groves of golden bliss to dwell. But when he fell with winged speed, his champions on a milk-white steed from the battle's hurricane bore him to Joseph's towered fane, in the fair vale of Avalon, there with chained orison, and the long blaze of tapers clear, the stoled fathers met the bier, through the dim aisles in order dread, of martial woe the chief they led, and deep entombed in holy ground, before the altar's solemn bound. It must not be concealed that the very existence of Arthur has been denied by some. Milton says of him, as to Arthur, more renowned in songs and romances than in true stories, who he was, and whether ever any such reigned in Britain, hath been doubted heretofore, and may again. misfortune, he was killed by his subjects, and the traitor Vortigern chosen in his place. Vortigern was soon after defeated in a great battle by Uther and Pendragon, the surviving brothers of Moyns, and Pendragon ascended the throne. This prince had great confidence in the wisdom of Merlin and made him his chief adviser. About this time, a dreadful war arose between the Saxons and Britons. Merlin obliged the royal brothers to swear fidelity to each other, but predicted that one of them must fall in the first battle. The Saxons were routed, and Pendragon, being slain, was succeeded by Uther, who now assumed, in addition to his own name, the appellation of Pendragon. Merlin still continued a favourite counsellor. At the request of Uther, he transported by magic art enormous stones from Ireland to form the sepulchre of Pendragon. These stones constitute the monument now called Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain. Merlin next proceeded to Carlisle to prepare the Round Table, at which he seated an assemblage of the great nobles of the country. The companions admitted to this high order were bound by oath to assist each other at the hazard of their own lives, to attempt singly the most perilous adventures, to lead when necessary a life of monastic solitude, to fly to arms at the first summons, and never to retire from battle till they had defeated the enemy, unless night intervened and separated the combatants. Soon after this institution, the king invited all his barons to the celebration of a great festival, which he proposed holding annually at Carlisle. As the knights had obtained the sovereign's permission to bring their ladies along with them, the beautiful Isherne, accompanied by her husband Gorwa, Duke of Tintagel, to one of these anniversaries, the king became deeply enamoured of the Duchess and disclosed his passion, but Isherne repelled his advances and revealed his solicitations to her husband. On hearing this, the Duke instantly removed from court with Isherne, and without taking leave of Uther. The king complained to his council of this want of duty, and they decided that the Duke should be summoned to court, and, if refractory, should be treated as a rebel. As he refused to obey the citation, the king carried war into the estates of his vassal and besieged him in the strong castle of Tintagel. Merlin transformed the king into the likeness of Gorwa, and enabled him to have many stolen interviews with Isherne. At length the Duke was killed in battle, and the king espoused Isherne. From this union sprang Arthur, who succeeded his father Uther upon the throne. This section is called Arthur, Chosen King. Arthur, though only 15 years old at his father's death, was elected king at a general meeting of the nobles. It was not done without opposition, but there were many ambitious competitors. But Bishop Bryce, a person of great sanctity, on Christmas Eve addressed the assembly and represented that it would well become them at that solemn season to put up their prayers for some token which should manifest the intentions of Providence respecting their future sovereign. This was done, and with such success that the service was scarcely ended when a miraculous stone was discovered before the church door, and in the stone was firmly fixed a sword with the following words engraven on its hilt: I am hight Excalibur, unto a king for Tresor. Bishop Bryce, after exhorting the assembly to offer up their thanksgiving for this signal miracle, proposed a law that whoever should be able to draw out the sword from the stone should be acknowledged as sovereign of the Britons, and his proposal was decreed by general acclamation. The tributary kings of Uther and the most famous knights successively put their strength annual tournament. Arthur, who was at that time serving in the capacity of squire to his foster brother Sir Kay, attended his master to the lists. Sir Kay fought with great valour and success, but had the misfortune to break his sword, and sent Arthur to his mother for a new one. Arthur hastened home, but did not find the lady, but having observed in the church a sword sticking in a stone, he galloped to the place, drew out the sword with great ease, and delivered it to his master. Sir Kay would willingly have assumed to himself the distinction conferred by the possession of the sword, but when, to confirm the doubters, the sword was replaced in the stone, he was utterly unable to withdraw it, and it would yield a second time to no hand but Arthur's. Thus decisively pointed out by heaven as their king, Arthur was by general consent proclaimed as such, and an early day appointed for his solemn coronation. Immediately after his election to the crown, Arthur found himself opposed by 11 kings and 1 duke, who with a vast army were actually encamped in the forest of Rockingham. By Merlin's advice, Arthur sent an embassy to Brittany to solicit the aid of King Ban and King Bohort, 2 of the best knights in the world. They accepted the call, and with a powerful army crossed the sea, landing at Portsmouth, where they were received with great rejoicing. The rebel kings were still superior in numbers, but Merlin, by a powerful enchantment, caused all their tents to fall down at once, and in the confusion Arthur with his allies fell upon them and totally routed them. After defeating the rebels, Arthur took the field against the Saxons. As they were too strong for him unaided, he sent an embassy to Armorica, beseeching the assistance of Hole, who soon after brought over an army to his aid. The 2 kings joined their forces and sought the enemy whom they met, and both sides prepared for a decisive engagement. Arthur himself, as Geoffrey of Monmouth relates, dressed in a breastplate worthy of so great a king, places on his head a golden helmet engraved with the semblance of a dragon. Over his shoulders he throws his shield called Brywen, on which a picture of the Holy Virgin constantly recalled her to his memory. Girt with Caliburn, a most excellent sword, and fabricated in the Isle of Avalon, he graces his right hand with a lance named Ron. This was a long and broad spear, well contrived for slaughter. After a severe conflict, Arthur, calling on the name of the Virgin, rushes into the midst of his enemies and destroys multitudes of them with the formidable Caliburn, and puts the rest to flight. Howell, being detained by sickness, took no part in this battle. This is called the victory of Mount Badon, and however disguised by fable, it is regarded by historians as a real event. The feats performed by Arthur at the Battle of Badon Mount are thus celebrated in Drayton's verse. They sung how he himself at Badon bore that day, when at the glorious goal his British sceptre lay. 2 days together how the battle strongly stood, Pendragon's worthy son who waded there in blood, 3 Saxon songs slew with his own valiant hand. So I'll end there, and we may continue with the story of Guinevere next in another video. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, hoping you enjoyed that little story, and I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. rose out of the dim mists of history. All we know for certain is that when the Romans left Britain, a warrior chief led a band of brave followers against the Saxon invaders. Around his heroic deeds grew the legend of Arthur and Excalibur, of Merlin and the Knights of the Round Table. Like all good legends, it has grown with the telling, and who is to say that so brave a company would not also have found time to undertake adventurous deeds on behalf of the weak, the poor, and the oppressed. These are some of the stories from the legend. They may not have happened at all, but we can hope they did. A certain amount of artists' license has been found necessary in preparing the illustrations in view of the lack of precise information about the period. So this book was published in 1977. The Sword in the Stone. In the hall of his palace, old King Uther Pendragon of Britain lay dying. His queen, Igraine, knelt at his bedside, while at the foot stood the wizard Merlin, white with age, and in his eyes the calmness of great learning and wisdom. Around the dimly lit hall, all the great nobles and knights of the land were gathered, talking together in urgent whispers, for it was a time of great trouble in the kingdom. For years past, the Saxon pirates had been raiding the coasts, burning and killing. Even now, the smoke from their latest attack could be seen in the sky to the west. Only the bravery and daring of King Uther had prevented them from marching far inland, for he had met and defeated them in countless battles, driving them back to the beaches and their long ships. The king's courage had set an example to other neighbouring kingdoms, and together they had fought to hold back the Saxon tide. But now the great king was dying, and had not yet named his successor. Each of those other kings was here now, hoping to be named by Uther as the next king of Britain. The hall became suddenly silent as the dying king tried to speak. Queen Igraine clasped the frail hands, and Merlin moved to support the king's head as he attempted to raise himself up. All clustered forward around the bed to hear the king's words. All that is, except a tall, beautiful woman with a haughty face and eyes as hard and as bright as diamonds. Morgan Le Fay, the king's stepsister. She was so sure that her son Mordred, who stood beside her now, would be named as the next king, that she was content to wait quietly in the background. Many said that she possessed magical powers almost as strong as those of the great Merlin himself, and so they feared her and kept away from her. The king's weak voice could scarcely be heard in the large hall, Sir Ector rode silently. He had been a close friend and companion of King Uther, and carried the scars of many a fight with the Saxons. Now as he rode, he thought of those times, and of the dangers awaiting a country without a king. He wondered which of the great lords, who were already quarrelling amongst themselves, would conquer the others and take the crown of Britain for himself. He feared that it would be one not strong enough or brave enough to lead the constant fight against the Saxon menace. Above all, he feared Morgan le Fay and the dark, silent Mordred, for it was rumoured that they had friends among the Saxon chiefs, and might even ask for their help in winning the kingdom. Sir Ector's thoughts brightened suddenly as he remembered Merlin. He had known the old man for as long as he could remember, and trusted him in all things. If Sir Ector was silent, Sir Kay and Arthur certainly were not. They were excited at the thought of the great day before them, and talked eagerly, stopping only when one challenged the other to a race to a tree along the way. "When this is over," said Sir Kay breathlessly after one such gallop, "I shall join Sir Bedivere's war band against the Saxons. You may come with me if you wish and carry my lance," he said, turning to Arthur. Arthur was unusually silent for a second or two. "I'll carry no man's lance," he said softly, "nor join another man's troop. The lance I carry will be my own, and I will lead my own war band." Sir Kay roared with laughter, making his horse rear and shy. "You, who have only twice fought the Saxons, lead a war band against them. That's likely, I must say. Why, your sword's blade is barely dented. Now mine—" and Sir Kay dropped his hand to his side to draw the blade. Then he made a sound of annoyance. "My sword! I've forgotten my sword. In all the rush to get away, I forgot my sword." "A fine member of Sir Bedivere's warriors you would make," laughed Arthur. "But fear not, you shall have your sword. I will ride back now for it." He wheeled his horse and galloped back to the castle, only to find it was locked and barred, for all had gone to the town. "Kay shall have my sword," thought Arthur, and set off back as fast as he could. When he reached the town, he found the streets empty and deserted, for the people had assembled in the fields at the back of the church, and in the great church itself. Arthur had passed through the churchyard when he stopped suddenly in amazement. "Now, here is a marvel," he thought. There at the very edge of the churchyard, beneath an ancient spreading yew tree, was a great granite stone. Set solidly in the stone was an anvil, and from it jutted a magnificent sword. "Kay shall have a sword after all," thought Arthur. Reaching out, he pulled at the hilt, and the sword slid easily from the anvil. He set off with his prize to search for Sir Kay, and found him anxiously waiting for Arthur. "Where got you this?" he asked in astonishment, as Arthur gave the great sword into his hand. Before Arthur could answer, another voice echoed the question, and Merlin appeared beside them. He took the sword from Sir Kay, then looked at Arthur. "Get you back inside and follow me not," he commanded. With that he disappeared amongst the high grass and shrubs of the churchyard, taking the sword with him. Hardly had the old man disappeared than the great doors of the church swung open before them, and a great throng of knights and noblemen poured out. "Where is Merlin?" they were asking. "It is time to explain. Where is Merlin?" Sir Kay led them to the wizard, who was now standing beneath the ancient yew tree beside the great stone. Arthur saw that the sword was again firmly embedded in the anvil. The crowd pushed and jostled, and a huge circle formed around Merlin and the stone. When the hubbub of excitement ceased, Merlin pointed to some words which were engraved around the base of the stone. He read them out clearly for all to hear. Whosoever pulls this sword from the stone shall be the rightful king of England. The buzz of excited talk rose again as the lords and princes pushed their way forward to try. As each made his attempt, the noise ceased, only to break forth again as the crowd saw he had failed. Merlin insisted that all the knights there should also make an effort to withdraw the sword, though Sir Ector did so unwillingly. At last all had tried, and the sword was still in the stone. Then Merlin spoke again. "Now, do you try," he called loudly and clearly, pointing to Arthur, who was standing at the edge of the crowd. There were murmurs and shouts of disapproval, for Arthur was not yet even a knight, and was unknown to most. Some, like Sir Kay, laughed openly. Merlin repeated his command, and Arthur stepped forward. The silence as he lightly gripped the sword turned into a roar of amazement as the sword slid out easily. It was several minutes before Merlin's voice could again be heard, calling for silence above the angry shouts of those who would not believe that the unknown youth who had beaten them could be their next king. "How can this be, Merlin?" shouted King Lot of Orkney angrily. "Aye, what trickery is this?" called King Mark of Cornwall, and the shout was taken up by others. "No trickery, lords," replied Merlin, "but before you learn all, let the same test be performed again at the next 3 feast days, so that none may doubt the issue." It was agreed that they should meet again at 12th day, Candlemas and Easter. 4 trustworthy knights were chosen to guard the stone by twos, and Sir Ector and Sir Bedivere began this duty. At the next 2-day feast days, Arthur was still the only one who could draw the sword from the stone. So when Easter came, the day set for the final test, the crowd was enormous. Only King Mark, King Lot, and Mordred were going to try once more. All others had by now accepted that the honour was not for them. Each of the 3 contenders came forward in turn and heaved and pulled with all his might, while watching thousands held their breath. Then each in turn had at last to stand down, Mordred sullenly, King Lot angrily, and King Mark silently as if admitting defeat. Then, amid a stillness so complete that a lark's song could be heard from high above, Arthur stepped forward. Again the sword slid out easily into his hand with but the slightest whisper of metal. As he held the sword high above his head, the stillness was shattered by a mighty roar from the throats of the thousands of common people. "Arthur shall be our king. Arthur, long live King Arthur." Realizing that they could delay no longer, most of the nobles knelt before the new king and swore to serve him faithfully. Some, still angry and disappointed, strode away muttering darkly to themselves, but of Morgan le Fay and Mordred there was no sign. The new king was escorted into the great church, there to be crowned with great ceremony. When this was done, Merlin explained the mystery of the unknown youth who was now king of England. He told pass through Cameliard, and their armies were even now gathering on its border. They far outnumbered the armies of King Leodegrance, who was nevertheless making ready to hold them off. King Arthur immediately called a war council to make plans to meet the double threat. One army, led by Sir Bedivere, was to ride south to attack the Saxons, while King Arthur himself would lead a second to the aid of King Leodegrance. Sir Kay, with Merlin to support him, was to stay behind and command the garrison at Camelot. All was hustle and bustle throughout the night, and the streets of Camelot echoed to warlike sounds as the armies made ready to leave. Sir Bedivere left before dawn, for he had furthest to march. Later that morning, King Arthur himself, mounted on his white charger, rode out of Camelot at the head of his knights. They made a proud sight, with pennants fluttering at every lance head. As the trumpets sounded, the people of Camelot crowded the streets and windows to cheer and wave, for once more they had a king of whom they could be proud. The army marched throughout the day and did not camp that night, but pushed on hard towards Cameliard. Early the next morning a rider from King Leodegrance met them with the news that the rebel army was drawn up for battle, not an hour's ride away. It was as well they had not camped, for even now they would barely be in time. They spurred on until, from the other side of a hill in front of them, they heard the clash of steel, the whinnying of frightened horses, and the shouts of fighting men. They topped the rise and saw, spread out before them, the battle already joined. The white helmets of the soldiers of King Leodegrance were clearly to be seen, and his army seemed hard pressed. Setting himself at the head of his knights, who were spread out in a long line along the crest of the hill, Arthur ordered his trumpeter to sound the charge. As the first note of the trumpet cut through the air, Arthur and his army swept downhill in a thunderous charge and crashed into the ranks of the rebels. Right through they rode, turned and rode back again. Sword took the place of lance, and the fighting became fierce and hand to hand, with King Arthur himself always in the thickest of it. Many good knights fell that day, among them old Sir Darquin, boyhood friend of King Uther. He died beside Arthur, fighting for the son, as he had fought for the father. All day long the battle raged until, as the sun set, it seemed as if neither would gain the upper hand. Then suddenly King Arthur found himself face to face with a giant of a man in black armour, mounted on a black horse, and a crimson raven emblazoned on his shield. It was none other than King Pellinore himself, leader of the rebels and a sworn enemy of Arthur ever since the day he first drew the sword from the stone. He recognised Arthur at once, and came at him furiously with a great roar of rage, wielding his mighty two-handed sword. The mass of fighting soldiers parted around them, content to let the issue rest on the contest between these two. It was a contest that looked unequal, for the young king was dwarfed by his huge opponent, but Arthur was light and quick, while Pellinore was tiring fast. Suddenly it was all over. Seeing an opening, Arthur dashed inside the other's mighty swings and ran the rebel king through. As their leader fell dead, King Pellinore's men laid down their weapons. Those of their leaders still alive were brought before Arthur and surrendered their swords to him. He showed mercy to them as his own. As he left for Camelot the next morning at the head of his army, Arthur saw a hand wave from a window high in the castle, and caught a glimpse of the same beautiful face. His thoughts were all of Guinevere as he rode, for he had completely lost his heart. On his return he immediately sent Merlin to Cameliard to ask King Leodegrance for his permission to marry his daughter. Merlin, for some reason which he would not explain, warned King Arthur against the marriage, but for once Arthur would not listen to his old adviser. King Leodegrance, however, was very happy to agree, and soon, to the great excitement of the people of Camelot, the Princess Guinevere arrived with her attendants. All was prepared for the wedding, and 2 days later King Arthur and the princess were married with great ceremony. As well as gifts of gold and a suit of silver armour, King Leodegrance set an enormous table made of oak and quite round, with places at it to seat 250 knights. He also sent 50 of his own knights who were pledged to serve King Arthur. As the king stood looking at the great round table, he saw suddenly what a wise gift it was, and how well he could use it. Since it was round, none could sit at a higher place at the table than any other, and so none could think himself more in the king's favour than any other. Calling his knights to him, Arthur showed them the table. "Let all who serve me now take an oath of fellowship, the fellowship of the round table," he cried. The knights roared their approval. He who would take this oath stepped forward and solemnly swore to dedicate his life to chivalry, to the service of God and the protection of the weak and helpless. There was another roar of approval as every knight stepped forward. As Sir Ector the first raised his sword to take the oath, there was a sudden clap of thunder outside, and the hall was plunged into deep darkness. Then light returned, and they were astonished to find that a name written in gold had mysteriously appeared at every seat around the table except one. Above that unnamed seat was written, "No one shall sit here, save he be the world's truest knight." All, even the king, looked to Merlin in their excitement, for he alone seemed calm. "My lord king and noble knights," he said solemnly, pointing to the strangely named place, "yonder is the seat named Perilous." There was a moment's silence before the old man continued, "He that shall fill that seat is not yet here, nor yet do even I, Merlin, know his name." With that the wizard took a cloth of gold silk from within the folds of his robe and placed it gently over the seat Perilous. Then the knights stepped solemnly forward one by one, raised their swords hilt first in the sign of the cross, and took their oaths. Then each took his named place: Sir Ector, Sir Kay, the brave Sir Bedivere, Sir Owen, Sir Gawain, and Sir Geraint, sons of a king of Wales, Sir Bors and Sir Balin, the twin sons of King Mark of Cornwall, and many others. Yet were there still many empty places. When all were seated, King Arthur rose, younger than any there and noble in his bearing. "My lords," he proclaimed in a clear voice, "we will meet here on those same 3 feast days on which the sword was mine from the stone. Then shall we hear reports of high adventures undertaken, and perhaps hear tell of new ones that await us. Then, too, may these empty seats be filled by those knights as yet unknown to us, who prove themselves worthy asked Marshall. Sir Owen nodded. Aye, but there is more to celebrate than a wedding. The Saxons are gone, at least for a while, and the rebel Pellinore is dead. Both truly worth celebrating, agreed Sir Kay. The two knights were at the edge of the wide fields that stretched down from below the walls of Camelot to the river's edge. All around them workmen were busily erecting tents and marking out enclosures. Sir Kay looked at the bustle all around them. Come, he said to his companion, there is still much to do, and they trotted their horses down to the lists, the long central arena where the main event of the tournament would take place. Will you joust tomorrow to become the new Queen's champion? Indeed I will, replied Sir Owen, though more for the honour of taking part than for any hope of winning, for there will be many more there stronger than I. But lacking your skill and your experience, said Sir Kay, clapping the other on the shoulder, though there will not be a tournament tomorrow if the Lord Marshal does not busy himself. Together they rode off to direct the setting up of the royal pavilion. The next day dawned bright and clear. The tournament field, gay with flags, was soon crowded with people who had flocked into Camelot from far and near. The archery and wrestling contests finished early, so that all would be able to watch the jousting. A fanfare of trumpets proclaimed that the king himself would open the contest. Arthur, wearing his new silver armour, sat on his white charger at one end of the lists. See how like a king he looks and fights, the spectators said one to another, and they cheered as the king unhorsed one challenger after another. The king himself will be the Queen's champion, said Sir Kay to Sir Bedivere, ruefully rubbing his injured shoulder. It seems more than likely, agreed Sir Bedivere, watching the king riding up and down the lists, challenging all comers. Just as it seemed that there were no knights left to accept his challenge, a growing murmur of surprise spread from the far end of the lists. Who comes here? Asked Sir Bedivere. None that I know, replied Sir Kay. His armour is plain, and neither his shield nor his helmet bears a crest. No pennant on his lance either, said Sir Owen. Who can he be? The crowd watched in silence as the unknown knight raised his lance in salute and challenge, before spurring his horse towards the king. They met with a crash that shattered both lances, though neither man was unhorsed. Riding back, they each collected a fresh lance. Again they met, and again, each time with a force that would have unseated a lesser man. Here is a worthy champion, muttered Sir Kay. Worthy indeed, replied Sir Owen, wonderingly, but who is he? We shall know soon enough, exclaimed Sir Bedivere excitedly. See, they now fight on foot, and at sword play the king has no equal, as the traitor Pellinore found to his cost. But here was no Pellinore, but a swordsman as strong and as quick as Arthur himself. The fight raged up and down the arena with mighty blows, dealt on either side. Suddenly, in front of the royal pavilion, where Queen Guinevere sat, King Arthur raised his sword above his head. Enough, enough, he cried breathlessly. We two are equal matched. A great cheer rang round the ground as the unknown knight raised his sword also. When there was silence again, the king spoke once more. It is not right that I, the king, should also be champion at arms to my lady the queen. That honour is yours, Sir Knight, and fairly won. But first, I pray you, arrives Sir Lancelot at the lake, and meet now the Queen, whose champion at arms you are by right. Sir Lancelot thought that he had never in his life seen anyone more beautiful than Queen Guinevere, as she smiled and placed the champion's sash around his shoulders. He knew in his heart he could never love another, and swore to himself to serve her for as long as he lived. Only two people were aware of the long glance which passed between the fair queen and her handsome young champion. Merlin saw and was troubled, yet he knew not why. Deeper in the crowd, Morgan le Fay too saw Lancelot's love for the queen written on his face. There, she said in a triumphant whisper to her son Mordred, there lies our way to bring about the downfall of Arthur. Later that evening, Merlin looked for King Arthur. He is resting in his tent, for he is weary after the jousting, Sir Bedivere told him. Merlin crossed the tournament field, which was still alive with people, feasting and making merry in the glare of pine torches. Ah, my old friend, said the king, looking up with a smile as Merlin entered. You find me mourning another friend, though not so old. See, and Arthur held out his sword to Merlin. See how my friend from the stone in the churchyard is now so bent and dented as to be useless. It is sad, is it not, that the sword that made me king should no longer be fit for a king to carry? The sword did not make you king, sire, replied Merlin, but only showed others your right to be so. Now that sword has served its purpose, but if you come with me now, I will take you to a sword which will indeed be worthy of you. Wearing a long robe over his armour, Arthur followed Merlin, unnoticed by the crowds outside. The lights and sounds of Camelot faded away in the distance behind them. The paths they took led through woods and wild places that Arthur had never seen before. Suddenly they were standing at the edge of a wide lake. A thin mist hung above the still surface of the water. No birds sang in the reeds and rushes around the lakeside, and only a rowing boat drawn up on the edge showed that any other person had ever been there before. Arthur shivered and pulled his cloak closer around his shoulders. What is this place? He asked, half fearfully, for the stillness seemed magical and unnatural. Merlin said nothing, but stood gazing out across the water. Arthur was about to repeat his question, when the old wizard suddenly pointed with arm outstretched. See there, he said. As Arthur's gaze followed the pointing finger, he stepped back in amazement. Far out in the middle of the lake, in a patch of moonlight, a white-clad arm rose up out of the water, holding a sword. There is your sword, said Merlin. Take it now, for it is yours as long as you live. The young king stepped into the boat and rowed quickly into the middle of the lake. Leaning out, he gently took the sword and scabbard. At once the arm slid quietly out of sight beneath the water. Arthur showed the sword to Merlin. He wanted to know how it came to be in the lake, but the old man would tell him little. It is called Excalibur. See that you are worthy of it. Guard well the scabbard also, for it has the power to protect from mortal wounds. Turning the sword over and over in his hands, Arthur found writing on either side of the blade. One said, "Keep me," and the other said, "Cast me away." What does this mean? asked the king in wonder. Keep it I shall, but why should I ever cast away so marvellous a sword? as this. Only in the hour of your death do you return to this place and give back the sword, explained Merlin. The way back seemed shorter, but even so the first light of dawn was breaking over the towers and turrets of Camelot as Arthur and Merlin again reached the tournament field. Suddenly trumpets sounded from the battlements, and a troop of armed men, led by Sir Kay and Sir Bedivere, clattered across the drawbridge towards them. We feared for your safety when we found your tent empty, yet your battered sword still there, exclaimed Sir Kay later, as King Arthur sat with his knights at the round table. The king stood and drew Excalibur from its scabbard. Holding it aloft, he cried, I have another sword now. May it never rest while any need its help and protection. All his knights then rose also, and King Arthur said, Go now your separate ways, carry word of our fellowship and the oath we have made throughout my kingdom. Bring word back in 1 year's time from today, when we will all meet again here. King Arthur, with Merlin by his side, watched them depart, and wondered what adventures each would have before they met again. Well, I hope you enjoyed that story. Mysteries of Merlin, Tales of King Arthur. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, I shall see you very soon. Bye bye for now. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to do some reading from this Enchanted World book, The Fall of Camelot. So, all about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. So let's have a look inside. I love the purple colour at the inside of the book. Okay, so the contents are Prologue, Arthur, Morgus, Guinevere, Morgan, Lancelot, Mordred, Gawain, and that's it. I thought we would start with Arthur, and there's a fabulous illustration on this side of King Arthur himself. Let's begin. Mighty indeed was Tintagel, fortress of the Dukes of Cornwall, looming on a slate-cliffed headland high above the sea. No army could breach its defences, yet on a winter's night between 1 year and the next, a frail creature, no more than half a man, stole away with the castle's treasure and took it into his own keeping. His was a deed of masterly stealth, a blend of both quickness and patience. In the depths of the night, he flitted across the narrow isthmus that linked Tintagel to the Cornish coast. With his black cloak gathered about him, he was a shadow among shadows, a mere stirring in the air. Guards paced the battlements above, but they did not detect his approach, nor did they hear his light footsteps on the rain-slicked black stone. Then the intruder vanished into an archway, marking a hidden postern gate that faced westward across the sea. Motionless, he waited through the small hours. The rain ceased after a time, and the cold night wind died. Above the castle towers, the ordered stars, the crown, the dragon, the archer, the huntsman with his dogs, the sisters of the Pleiades, appeared and pursued the stately figures of their dance, then faded as dawn approached. Abruptly, the door in the wall swung open. A young woman was there, holding in her arms a swaddled infant. Without a word, she gave it to the watcher. Without a word, he received it into the black folds of his cloak. Then he turned back onto the cliff, sped silently through the morning light, and disappeared. Thus was the infant Arthur, heir to Britain, placed under a shield of magic, not to be seen again for 15 years. Merlin the enchanter was the man who took him from the fortress where his mother lay. Merlin was the man who hid him. Merlin, that enigmatic being, son of a human woman and a creature of the other world, prophet and magician, had brought about the infant's birth. The boy's father was Uther Pendragon. Uther, the chief of warriors in Welsh, who ruled a troubled realm, a Britain torn by the internal strife of loosely united petty kingdoms, and menaced from without by the greed and savagery of Saxon hordes from the European mainland. Uther had conceived a passion for the wife of one of his own dukes. Igraine, the Duchess of Golois of Cornwall, was the woman. Golois sequestered her at Tintagel, where Uther could not reach her. Maddened, the king turned to magic. He summoned Merlin, and Merlin gave Uther what he wished. He waited until Golois was gone from Tintagel, defending his eastern territories. Then, by enchantment, the old man changed Uther's shape to that of the Cornish duke. In this form, the king was admitted one night to Tintagel and had his will. Now here is a picture of Tintagel. It's a headland fortress on the coast of Cornwall. Merlin demanded a price for the pandering. The price was any child born of that night's union. Uther shrugged and agreed, and he had to keep his word, although he named Igraine his queen when Golois died in battle, making the infant she carried in her womb his rightful heir. So even before Arthur's life began, the eyes of the other world turned toward him. Uther's passion was a force that rent the fabric of human honour and human order. It left a path where the old ones might enter the mortal world, and Merlin, who aided the king and guarded the child of the king's desire, was half of the fairy race himself, a living link to the magic of the older age. Why the enchanter wanted the child, the chroniclers never told. Doubtless they did not know, for Merlin kept his own counsel. Some thought he hid Arthur for the child's safety, while the British warred among themselves. Some said his veins made him treasure his power as kingmaker in the human world. In any case, kingmaker he was, although none would know it for some time to come. The infant Arthur disappeared into the mountain fastness of Wales, placed in the care, it was said, of a lord named Hector. Merlin periodically appeared in Uther's court, watching Igraine and the king, keeping guard over the succession. He saw Igraine's 3 daughters by Golois, Fay, witch-like maidens, adept it was, whispered, with the tools of an enchantment, safely married to minor princes and sent away from court. Morgus, the eldest, became the Queen of Lot of Lothian and Orkney, a harsh, hot-headed lord who held almost unrivalled power in the north. Elaine married King Nendrus of Gollo and faded out of history. The youngest daughter, Morgan, became the wife of Urien of Gaul. Those were all the children of Igraine, except for Arthur. She bore no others. Therefore, when Merlin knew that Uther was dying, after the king's last battle against invaders from the north, when he led his army from a litter, being too Whoso pulleth this sword from this stone is rightfully born King of all England. All the kings, Lot, Urien of Gaul, Ban of Benwick in France, Idris of Cornwall, and many others, came to study the sword. Its import was clear to them, for they were descended from sword-bearing warrior tribes and from lords whose emblems of office were sacred stones. The coronation seat of the Irish king, for instance, was the Leofeil, the stone of destiny. It shrieked when the rightful king's foot touched it. All the British kings, therefore, tried the sword, who knew which blood would plumb the magic, but the stone would not yield its treasure to them. Merlin observed the trials without comment, but on the first day of Christmas, when the kings gathered in the fortress hall, he called them to silence. In his cold, dry voice, Merlin said, "He is not yet here who shall achieve the sword." Then he left them to speculate, to form and break alliances, to plot amongst themselves. So Christmas passed in mutterings and quarrels among the factions, jockeying for power. The new year came, and with it bright sunlight and an icy wind that swept through the twisting streets of London, rattling the shutters of the houses and the painted signboards of the shops. Under one of those boards, a painted bush, signifying a wine shop, 3 men stood on New Year's morning. 2 of them were short of stature, compact and dark in the manner of the Welsh. Both were armoured in mail. They held their helmets under their arms as they talked in the singing accents of the West. The third man was tall and broad of shoulder, with red gold hair that lifted in the wind. So strong was he, so easy in his grace, that he seemed to catch and hold the sunlight, and although he wore the tunic and cloak of a squire, he drew the eyes of the passers-by. He leaned against the wine-shop wall, oblivious to the admiring coos of the good wives, and listened to his companions. The golden man was Arthur, a fine lordling, not yet old enough, it seemed, for knighthood. The other 2 were Kay, whom he thought to be his elder brother, and Hector, his supposed father. All of them were newly arrived from Hector's Welsh lands. Kay, always short-tempered, was in a foul humour. He had left his sword at the camp outside the city walls. Hector's rough comments on his carelessness enraged the younger man. Unwilling and unable to quarrel with his father, he turned on Arthur and ordered him to fetch the sword. Arthur, tired of talk and glad of action, answered Kay with a jaunty half salute, and strode off down the street between the leaning, timbered houses, weaving his way among the frozen puddles, the pigs that rooted in refuse, the fishwives with their heavy baskets, the bakers with their stacks of great round loaves. At the bottom of the path, an elderly man plucked at his sleeve. The golden head bent for a moment, giving courteous attention. Then, with the old man pacing at his side, Arthur turned a corner and vanished from view. When he returned an hour later, his face was drawn and grave, but his eyes were bright. In his hand he held an unsheathed broadsword. He raised his brows inquiringly when he saw his brother standing alone. Kay gestured towards the "This sword is mine, brother." Kay turned the sword over, examining the filigree that ornamented the hilt and the agates and carnelians that gleamed among the gold. He said, "This is not a sword of ours. Whose is it?" "In a churchyard beside the fortress there stands a stone," said Arthur. "This sword was in the stone. I called the sword forth as I was told, and it came into my hand." Kay stared at him with narrowed eyes. "I am the elder," he said. Then he shouted for his father, whose face appeared in the shop window. "Sir," said Kay, "this is the sword from the sacred stone that we had heard of. I have found it. It brings me a crown." Arthur made a sharp movement, swiftly checked Hector's face, disappeared from the window. In a moment he was with them. The old man looked without expression at his sons, the one blazing with white fury, the other defiant but trembling enough so that the jewels in the sword he held winked in the light. "Let us go then to the place of the stone," said Hector. They did that, and when they stood in the quiet courtyard beside the empty stone, Hector turned to Kay. "Son," he said, "swear now on your honour that you yourself found the sword you hold and drew it from the stone." The very walls of the yard seemed to breathe and listen. Finally, Kay shook his head. "I lied," he said. "My brother Arthur found the stone and drew the sword from it." And he returned the sword to Arthur. "Let us see then," said Hector. At his gesture, Arthur replaced the sword in the great stone. Hector tried it. The hilt burned in his hand, he said, but the sword did not move. Kay tried, but the weapon remained fast in its prison. At last, Arthur put his hands to the golden hilt. The letters on the stone blazed out with a metallic hiss. The sword slid free. Hector sank slowly to his knees. He placed his hands over Arthur's on the sword hilt and began the solemn words of the oath of fealty. As he did so, Kay knelt beside him. "Father," said Arthur, when Hector had finished, "do not kneel." "Nay, Lord, I am not your father, but only he who fostered and trained you. I knew well that you were of higher blood than mine." "That is true," said another voice. A face glimmered in the shadow of the cloister. Then Merlin came forth. "You are he who brought me the boy to Kerfol," said Hector. "You are he who guided me to this stone," said Arthur. "I am," replied the enchanter. "I am he who has brought you to the throne, son of Uther Pendragon, High King of Britain." Arthur's head went up, his hand tightened on the hilt of the sword, as the mantle of power gathered around him, and his voice was clear when he claimed the crown. The claim was not welcome everywhere, for the lords of Britain had no wish to be governed by a stranger, but they had the word of the enchanter that Arthur was the rightful king, and, what mattered more, they had the evidence of the sword and the evidence of the man himself. The blood of kings ran in Arthur's veins, and he had been schooled for a high place. Within a year, therefore, he was crowned, and the princes of the land had bent the knee to him. Those who years before had loved Uther, Baldwin of Britain, Ulfin, Brastias, Leodogran of Camelard, Pellinore of the Isles, came willingly, bringing their armies. Many more, however, were secret enemies, waiting for the chance to seize the throne. Chief among these first response came from Merlin. He stepped one night, first a shadow and then a solid man, from the campfire where the rebel kings had gathered. He surveyed them with wintry eyes, the kingmaker serving the king he had made. You would do better to give over this folly, lords. You would not prevail, not if you were 10 times as many. Urien, suddenly afraid, made the sign against evil. Lot spat at Merlin's feet. Are we well advised to listen to a dream reader, he said, and he laughed. But the enchanter had faded again into the flames. The next morning Arthur descended on the camp with his cavalry. Golden crowns gleamed on his shield, and a dreadful sword glittered in his hands. Not the sword of ceremony that had made him king, but an elf-made sword, the weapon, Ladybird, drawn from a lake by Merlin's magic. No enemy could withstand it. Moreover, even its sheath was magic. A touch of its scabbard, warriors whispered, could heal the gravest wound. It was no sword for mortal men, they said. In the battle that followed, the king stayed always to the fore, and the great sword killed and killed. Lot's infantry was trampled, the rebel kings and their knights. Held formation, but were driven steadily back by the High King's wolfish fury. At the last they turned and fled. Arthur pursued them, but much later. For months he waited, weighing the reports that came down from the Scottish territories, reports of a gathering of 11 armies under Lot, a host that would sweep across England to bring the High King down. Before Lot could move, however, Arthur was on the march. Along the northern track his battle train moved, knights and squires, foot soldiers, pack mules, supply wagons, armourers, surgeons, and straggling women. They travelled through heavily wooded country, and all along the edges of the track the trees stirred and rustled, seeming to offer a faint echo to the slapping and jingling of harnesses, the creaking of wagon wheels, the clatter of bows, the thud of marching feet. But these were no echoes. Merlin had made an alliance with Ban of Benwick and Bors of Gaul. He had cast a cloak of invisibility over the French king's armies, and he himself led them north through the forest, a shadow host flanking the armies of the High King. The ghostly army turned the tide for Arthur in the end. Ban and Bors could not in honour keep themselves shielded with invisibility. They could, however, remain in ambush, so that Lot's armies were drawn forward, tempted by Arthur's seemingly small force. And that is what happened. The armies met on a field at the borders of the forest of Bedegraine, hard by a river that marked the Scottish border. There, Arthur and his knights waited, still as stones on their mighty horses, their lances resting on their thighs. Lot and his elven kings charged, screaming, and then death's cold hand touched man and beast so wantonly that, according to the chroniclers, the horses were soon up to their fetlocks in blood, and the device on Arthur's shield could not be seen for the gore that bespattered it. When the fray was at its worst, Ban and Bors and their companies slipped out from the trees, horses halted of their own accord and stood sweating and trembling. No spur could move them. Merlin stood on the field. "It is enough killing," said the enchanter. "You have slain 3/4 of their men. You will not follow now. You will have other opportunity. And enemies are on the northern shores. Lot must secure his rear before he threatens English kingdoms." Merlin said no more, but all who listened knew the rightness of his words. The High King withdrew into his own lands. His under-kings dispersed to their various territories, all save Bors and Ban, his allies from across the water. The 3 kings repaired to Arthur's rough fortress, called, like the forest that surrounded it, Bedegraine, to be greeted by messengers from his ally, Leodogran of Camelerd, in the southwest of England near Cornwall. Merlin stood beside the High King as the heralds spoke urgently of the enemies of Leodogran, men who sought to overthrow the kingdom. The enchanter studied the men intently, then frowned. "Lord," said the enchanter, who could always see the pattern of Arthur's life, "do not go to Leodogran. Enchanter, do not seek to bind me longer. Leodogran was my father's vassal, and is my own ally as well," the king replied. He left the hall. So the High King rode south in the autumn through the water meadows and marshes called the Summer Country, home of folk who lived their lives on small and shifting lake villages and had leather boats for horses. These people were the isolated survivors of an early age. Their metal was bronze, not iron, and they worshipped old gods, strange to Arthur and his men. He passed the high hill ruled by Melwas, a prince known to court the Old Ones. The hill was covered with apple trees, heavy with crimson fruit, but no mortal man dared touch those apples. They were the food of fairy, the soldiers said. Down to the coast Arthur's army marched, then along the shore to the fortress of Leodogran. He fought like a lion for Leodogran, and one chroniclers say that 10,000 men died in the battle. That seems unlikely. The world was sparsely populated, and military actions were matters of hundreds, not thousands. Yet victory was not the prize of Camelerd. After the fighting, when the High King feasted in his vassal's hall, the wheel of his fate began to turn. The hall was a high one, hung with fine weaving, long tables lined it. The lord's own table was vast and round, not like the trestles used by other kings. The vessels that adorned it were of glass and gold, reflecting the light of torches and half. And the maiden who served the wine of the High King reflected the light as well. stood in a window of a low stone tower, gazing gravely at him. He lifted a hand in farewell, then he rode away. So that ends the first chapter. Next we'll read Morgause. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to read this lovely vintage Ladybird book, Sir Lancelot of the Lake, which is from the Tales of King Arthur series. So, on the back we can see there are 4 tales of King Arthur: The Knight of the Golden Falcon, Sir Lancelot of the Lake, Deeds of the Nameless Knight, and Mysteries of Merlin. And I have another King Arthur reading on my Patreon site if you are interested in checking that out. I'll put the link in the description. Anyway, let's begin. Here we can see the knights on the horseback on their way up to Camelot. The legend of King Arthur has come down to us out of the dim mists of history. All we know for certain is that when the Romans left Britain, a warrior chief led a band of brave followers against the Saxon invaders. Around his heroic deeds grew the legend of Arthur and Excalibur, of Merlin and the Knights of the Round Table. Like all good legends, it has grown with a telling, and who is to say that so brave company would not also have found time to undertake adventurous deeds on behalf of the weak, the poor, and the oppressed. These are some of the stories from the legend. They may not have happened at all, but we can hope they did. A certain amount of artist's license has been found necessary in preparing the illustrations in view of the lack of precise information about the period. So this book was published in 1977. The Castle by the Ford. I have been too long at court, said Sir Lancelot, Sir Mordred is one that does not. Mordred is jealous of you, exclaimed Sir Lionel fiercely. It is more than jealousy, said Lancelot, musing, and he has friends who think as he does. He was thinking of the way Mordred and his friends were often to be seen whispering secretly in groups together, and how they would stop when Lancelot came near. His mother, Morgan Le Fay, still believes that Mordred should be king instead of our Lord Arthur, and I fear that she somehow sees in me the means to make it come about. But Sir Lionel was young and did not like this serious conversation on such a bright summer day. He changed the subject. How can you complain of your lack of adventures when you have had so many? It should be I to complain, for I have had none as yet. Sir Lancelot leapt quickly to his feet, throwing aside his dark thoughts. True, young cousin, he cried gaily. We will ride out this very hour together to seek your first adventure. So the two knights rode away and soon left Camelot behind. The only sounds as they journeyed were the jingle of their horses' harness, the song of the birds in the woodland, and the occasional crashing in the undergrowth as some forest creature was startled at their approach. The sun grew hotter and hotter. By midday, both riders were feeling drowsy from the heat. Did I not say that the life at court was making me lazy? Said Sir Lancelot sleepily. Once I could have ridden all day. Now I need rest after but 3 hours. See then, said Sir Lionel, there is an apple tree by that grassy bank. Its branches will shade you from the sun while you sleep. I will keep watch. So they tethered their horses, and Sir Lancelot lay down on the bank with his helmet for a pillow. He was soon fast asleep, and Sir Lancelot sat down a little way off to guard against any attack. There was no breeze, and the day was still warm. Sir Lionel felt sleepy, but suddenly he was wide awake as he heard the thud of horses' hoofs on the soft forest turf and the jingle of armour and harness. As he looked around quickly, he saw in the distance 3 knights riding at great speed, pursued by another knight of enormous size. Even as Lionel watched, the 3 knights were overtaken, one after the other, and thrown from their horses by the huge knight. He then dismounted and bound each of the fallen knights, flinging them across their own saddles. After he had tied all the reins together, he began to lead the strange procession away. Here is my adventure come to me, said Lionel. He sprang quickly to his feet without waking Sir Lancelot, mounted his horse, and rode in chase. Halt, Sir Knight, he called as he drew near. The large knight turned at the cry, set his lance in its rest, and met Sir Lionel's charge with such force that the young knight was thrown to the ground. He too was bound, flung roughly over his own saddle, and led away with the knight's other 3 victims. They passed close have seen no one, replied the old man. But if they did indeed ride this way, he continued, then they are by now either dead or in the dungeons of Sir Turquin of the Ford, along with all the others. What is this? Roared Sir Ector angrily. Who is this Sir Turquin, and where lies his castle? It is but 2 miles from here, my lord, at the river crossing, said the old man. Just before you reach it, you will come to an oak tree, which will tell you all else that you need to know. Sir Ector thanked him and rode on, puzzled by his words. Then, rounding a bend in the track, he came upon an oak tree spreading its branches across the path and across the stream by which it stood. Sir Ector realised at a glance what the old man had meant, for hanging from the branches of the tree were the shields of many knights, among them that of Sir Lionel. From a high branch of the tree hung a great gong made of copper, which Sir Ector struck furiously with his lance point. Scarcely had the echoes died away than a huge knight galloped from the castle on the other side of the ford. Why do you summon me so loudly? Called Sir Turquin roughly. For whom do you fight? For these, replied Sir Ector. He pointed with his lance at the hanging shields, then set his horse forward to meet Sir Turquin. So great was the blow Sir Ector struck that his opponent was almost lifted from his saddle, but as they met again, Sir Ector was knocked unconscious from his horse. He awoke in the gloomy light of a dungeon to find Sir Lionel and other knights gathered around. Where is Sir Lancelot? Asked Lionel, when Sir Ector had recovered. Only Sir Lancelot is strong enough to overcome this, Sir Turquin. I thought he was with you, replied Sir Ector, for you left Camelot together. I left him sleeping beneath an apple tree, said Sir Lionel ruefully. Sir Lancelot was no longer beneath the apple tree. When he awoke, he found to his amazement that he was not lying on a grassy bank in the warm countryside, but on a rough straw mattress in a cold, dark room. Leaping to his feet, he beat with his fists upon the locked door and called out, but no one came. Finding that he could not batter the door down because his sword had been taken away, he sat down to try to think of some way of escape. The only light came from a narrow arrow slit high in the wall, and as night fell, even this light began to fade. Soon the room was in complete darkness. All through the night, rats scampered round the dungeon, scuffling and squeaking in the straw as they looked for food. Lancelot often felt their sharp teeth biting him, and he brushed them off in disgust. Then as dawn came, the rats disappeared, and the door of the room creaked open. A young girl, dressed in ragged clothes, entered and placed a jug of water and a loaf of bread on the floor. Lancelot sprang up immediately and seized her arm. Where is this place, and who holds me prisoner? He demanded urgently. This is the castle of Morgan le Fay, my lord, answered the girl. You were brought here yesterday, unconscious and under some spell, they say. No spell, girl, but poisoned while I slept, cried Lancelot. But "Is there no way that you can help me to escape from here?" asked Lancelot. The girl stopped at the door. "I might find a way," she said nervously, "but you would have to take me with you and risk your life for me in return." "Gladly will I," replied Lancelot. "Then I will come to you again tonight when all are sleeping," she said. Lancelot waited impatiently for darkness to come again. At last the door creaked open once more, and the girl entered carrying his sword and shield. She laid his shield down and held his sword out to him. "You are the great Sir Lancelot," she said, as he took it from her, "for I heard talk in the hall this evening." "I am," replied Lancelot, "but did you hear too why I am held prisoner here?" "I did not understand what I heard," whispered the girl. "It was said that word of your capture would be sent to Camelot in 2 days' time. They hope that then the Queen will betray by word or deed her love for you and yours for her, and so destroy the king," muttered Lancelot. "What else?" "Nothing more, and all that matters to me is that you are Sir Lancelot, the only knight in all the world who can rescue me and save my father. Come now, my lord, for we must be long gone from here before they wake. I have tethered 2 horses to a tree not far from the castle." As they crept through the narrow passages of the sleeping castle, the maiden told Sir Lancelot how a cruel and strong knight had taken her father's lands and was holding him prisoner in his own castle, along with many of other knights. She herself had been sold by this same cruel knight to Morgan le Fay as a kitchen slave. "Who is this villain knight?" asked Lancelot angrily, as the last of the 12 doors was unlocked and they stood together outside the castle walls. "His name is Sir Turquin of the Ford," replied the girl. "Men say that only you, Sir Lancelot, are strong enough to stand against him." "Then let us see what men say is true," said Lancelot, untethering the horses which were nearby. Together they rode through the night, and as dawn broke, they came to the oak tree hung with shields. Sir Lancelot struck the gong so great and angry a blow that it broke in two and fell from the branch. Sir Turquin appeared from his castle across the stream and challenged Sir Lancelot. "What do you want here?" he called. "Your life," cried Lancelot. "Nothing less will right the wrongs that you have done." The 2 charged each other time and time again with spears until the spears broke. Then they fought on foot with swords for more than 2 hours, and though both suffered many wounds, neither could gain the advantage. "You are the fiercest knight that ever I have met," gasped Sir Turquin, as they stood apart to draw breath. "As I love a good fighter, I will set free all my prisoners to you, so long as you are not he that I hate most in all the world." "Who do you hate so much?" asked Lancelot. "He who killed my brother, Sir Caradoc of the Marsh. I have sought him for many years and killed and captured many knights in the quest. His name is Sir Lancelot of the Lake." "Then your search is over," answered Sir Lancelot proudly. "I am he." "Then one of us must die," roared Sir Turquin, and they ran at each other fiercely yet again. 2 hours more they fought until finally, his arm becoming weak, Sir Turquin dropped his shield, and with one great blow Sir Lancelot Knight sent the maiden into the castle to release her father and the other prisoners, then went to the stream to wash his many wounds. But when Sir Lionel and the other rescued knights came out of the castle, they could find no trace of their rescuer. They searched again for many hours before setting off for Camelot. "Do you think he is dead?" said Sir Lionel, with a last wondering look at the blood on the trampled ground where the fight had taken place. The Unknown Knight. Many of the knights whom Sir Lancelot had rescued from Sir Turquin had not been seen for so long that they were feared dead. Great excitement and rejoicing broke out when they rode into Camelot, led by Sir Lionel and Sir Ector. News of Sir Lancelot's deeds spread quickly, and all awaited the return of the most famous knight of all. Days passed, and he did not come. At last King Arthur asked Sir Lionel the question which was on everyone's lips. Where is the noble Lancelot? Surely, if he were alive, he would have returned by now. Perhaps he still lies wounded, sire, in some quiet place we did not find when we searched, replied the young knight hopefully. So the king sent more searchers far and wide to look for Sir Lancelot, but all returned without news or sign. The tournament to celebrate his famous victory could still be announced, your majesty, suggested Sir Kay, the chief marshal. I do not doubt that by the time all preparations are made, Sir Lancelot's great strength will have healed his wounds, and he will be here to share his triumph. So proclamation was made that the tournament in Lancelot's honour would be held in Camelot in 15 days' time, and news of it spread through all the kingdom. Sir Lancelot himself heard nothing of it. It was fortunate indeed for me, gentle sir, he said to the old hermit, who was bending over him, that your dry and comfortable cave was so close to the place where I received these wounds. Fortunate truly, Sir Knight, replied the old man, for no one has ever before stumbled upon it by chance, as you did 5 days ago, except myself when I first found it. It is deep in the forest and far from the usual paths and tracks. Then I was more fortunate than I thought, and doubly so to have my wounds tended with such skill, said Sir Lancelot gratefully. The hermit gently waved aside the knight's thanks. Thank me not, he said, it is I who should be doubly grateful to you. How can that be? Enquired Sir Lancelot in astonishment. How have I served you? All I have done is troubled you with the caring of my wounds, and eaten well into your supplies of food and drink. The fresh spring outside is never dry, replied the old hermit, and the forest and streams are always full of food. As for your wounds, they have been the first reason for my gratitude, since it is an honour to tend wounds so honourably won. And the second reason, asked Lancelot. The second is the pleasure it has given me to listen to someone's voice again after many years. King Uther, father of your King Arthur, of whom you speak so often, was king of Britain when I was last among men. These Saxons of whom you tell so fiercely were then but raiding pirates, quickly come and gone again. Now it seems they threaten the whole land. Not while Arthur lives and leads, said Lancelot, nor while he has such men as you to follow him, said the old man. is this pleasant place?" he asked of two women who were gathering berries from the bushes by the way. "The town is Astolat, my lord," the younger said. "Astolat," said Lancelot. "Tell me then, also, is there a castle here whose lord would lodge me for the night?" "No castle, sir, but the manor house of Sir Bernard is nearby. He will welcome you." Sir Bernard did indeed welcome Sir Lancelot most warmly, although he did not know who his guest was, even by the pattern of his shield. When Sir Lancelot saw that he was unrecognised, he was glad, for he did not like to be made too much of. He decided to keep his name a secret. "Tell us news of Camelot, sir," Sir Bernard asked, when food and drink had been brought for the visitor. "We hear and see little here in Astolat, for the path that brought you here leads nowhere else, and few men take it." With Sir Bernard were his two sons, Sir Lavaine and Sir Tyrone, and his daughter Elaine, whom men called the Fair. Sir Lancelot, although he saw how sweet and gentle she was, did not take a great deal of notice of her. Neither Elaine nor the younger son, Sir Lavaine, however, could take their eyes away from Sir Lancelot. The famous knight had so magnificent yet gentle an air that they knew he must be some great and noble warrior. "I have been away from Camelot for some time now," replied Sir Lancelot, "so I fear I know little of the latest news." "So you can tell us nothing of the grand tournament which is to take place there shortly?" asked Sir Lavaine eagerly. "What tournament is this?" inquired Sir Lancelot. "I know nothing of it." "A herald from the court came here to read the proclamation," exclaimed Lavaine excitedly. "The tournament is being held to celebrate the latest deeds of the great Sir Lancelot himself. To rescue 50 knights he fought for 3 days before he killed the giant who held them captive." "He killed a giant, did he?" asked Sir Lancelot with a quiet smile. "He did," replied Lavaine. "A giant 10 feet tall, we heard. My son has always held the noble Lancelot in great esteem," Sir Bernard explained to his visitor with a smile. "He hopes to be like that great knight himself one day." "May his hero always prove worthy of such high regard," said Sir Lancelot quietly. "Tell me, sir," he continued, turning to Sir Bernard, "have you a shield you could lend me which will not be as well known in Camelot as mine may be? I have decided to attend this tournament, and would prefer to keep secret who I am." "Gladly, sir," replied Sir Bernard. "My eldest son, Sir Tyrone, fell from his horse last week and still cannot ride. You shall have his shield." "I thank you," replied Sir Lancelot. "May I ask a favour in return?" went on Sir Bernard. "My youngest son, Sir Lavaine, eagerly awaits a chance to prove his knighthood. Could he ride with you to the tournament at Camelot?" "I shall welcome his company, and do all there for him that I can," answered Sir Lancelot. As they made ready to leave was made up of knights of the Round Table and included Sir Kay, Sir Bors and Sir Mordred. Their opponents were knights from the north. There were fewer of them, but they were all brave knights. Sir Lancelot at first chose neither party. "We will wait first to see who needs our help," he explained to Sir Lavaine. "There is little honour if the fight is easy." So he and his young companion rode off to a small wood on top of a hill at one end of the lists to watch which way the contest went. It soon became clear that, brave as they were, and valiantly as they fought, the northern knights could not long hold out against the greater numbers. "See," said Sir Lavaine, "see how those brave few that are left hold out against 3 times their number, those set upon from every side." "Then let us aid them," cried Sir Lancelot, and followed by Sir Lavaine, he spurred his horse into the thick of the fight. At his first charge, he put down Sir Kay and 2 of his company, and 5 more at his second. The rest drew back in disorder, while the northern knights welcomed the 2 unknown strangers. Sir Bors, Sir Lionel, and Sir Ector decided that this strange knight with a plain white shield and a lady's sash tied to his helmet must be put out of the fight quickly, or their chance of victory would be lost. So as the fight restarted, those 3 drove straight at Lancelot together. So fiercely did they meet that Lancelot's horse was driven to the ground, and he was pierced in the side by the lance of Sir Bors. Seeing his friend in trouble, Sir Lavaine set furiously upon Sir Mordred and struck him from the saddle. Then Sir Lavaine took Mordred's horse to Sir Lancelot and helped the wounded man to mount. Lancelot took another spear, and although weak and in pain from his wound, unhorsed first Sir Bors, then Sir Lionel, Sir Ector and 3 other knights. The rest retreated, fearing his great strength. "Who is that valiant knight who wears the pink sash on his helmet?" King Arthur asked Sir Gawain. "The only knight I know who fights like that is Lancelot himself, but he would never wear a maiden's sign." "I know not who he is, sire," replied Gawain, "but we shall soon find out, for I think his party holds the field." The trumpet announced the end of the jousting, and the king proclaimed that the prize was to go to the knight with the pink sash, but, to everyone's amazement, he could not be found, and the young knight who had ridden with him had disappeared also. The Fair Maid of Astolat. Next day, all Camelot, from the lowest to the highest, was talking about the strange disappearance of the unknown knight. "Now do we have 2 mysteries instead of 1, said King Arthur. "First, brave Lancelot cannot be found. Now at yesterday's tournament, in Lancelot's honour, an unknown knight wins all, but he too disappears before the prize is given." The king turned to Merlin. "Think you it's magic, old friend?" "No magic, lord," replied the old wizard, shaking his head, "but for good reasons, if we could but find them." He thought for a moment. "Perhaps with all the bustle of the search we only confuse ourselves still more. I suggest that one wise knight go out alone to find the answers." All wanted to go on the adventure, but King Arthur chose Sir Gawain, who armed himself and set out immediately. All this time Sir Lancelot had been lying once more in the hermit's cave. Knowing himself to be badly wounded after the joust, Lancelot had begged Sir Lavaine to lead him away before sir, inquired Sir Bernard, how went the tournament in Camelot, and who won victory in the jousts? Ever since he arrived, Sir Gawain had seen how Elaine, the old knight's daughter, had seemed pale and thoughtful. Now she flushed red as he began to speak. There were 2 knights, Sir Gawain said, both with white shields, but one wore a pink sash upon his helmet. At these words, Elaine gasped and dropped the needlework she had been doing. I had never before seen so valiant a knight and so brave a fighter, went on Sir Gawain. He must himself have defeated some score or more knights of the Round Table. I knew he would do well, cried Elaine joyfully, for I could see that he was a most noble knight. I know, too, that he is the only man in the world I can ever love. Do you know him then? Inquired Sir Gawain eagerly. Do you know his name and where he comes from? I know neither of these things, said Elaine, her eyes bright. The only thing I know, and for certain, is my love for him. Then they told Sir Gawain how the strange knight had stayed one night with them and left next day for the tournament, leaving his own shield in place of the plain white one he had borrowed so that he could remain unknown. Then fetch me the shield he left, I beg you, said Sir Gawain. Elaine brought the shield to him and drew it from the silken wrapping which she had made for it. See, she said, it shines so brightly as when he left it, for I have polished it each day with my own hands. Alas, said Gawain when he saw the shield, this is a sad day indeed. Sad, Elaine cried out in fear. Why sad? Because the man to whom this shield belongs is the noblest knight in all the world, the bravest and the most honourable. I knew it would prove so, Elaine said proudly, but why then is this day sad? Because Sir Lancelot, to whom this shield belongs, lies badly wounded. From the wound I saw him take, I fear he may die, replied Sir Gawain with a heavy heart. At these words, Elaine fell to her knees beside Gawain, tears running down her face. Oh no, it must not be, she cried piteously. Where is he? I must go to him at once, for if he dies then I shall nursed his wounds. Sir Lancelot, suspecting nothing of the girl's great love for him, was always kind and gentle, as was his way. After many days, the old hermit thought that Sir Lancelot was well enough to travel back to Astolat, with the help of the 2 men-at-arms, who had all this while made their camp a little way off. The wounded knight was carried in a litter to Sir Bernard's house. So loving was the care and attention that he received there, that Sir Lancelot was soon fully recovered. After a few days he thanked Sir Bernard warmly for his hospitality, and announced that he would leave for Camelot in the morning. At his words, Elaine turned deathly pale, and would have fallen but for her father's steadying arm. The old man saw that he must speak. "My Lord Lancelot," Sir Bernard said, "what I say now, I say only because I must, because my daughter's very life may depend on it." Sir Lancelot listened with a grave face as he was told of Elaine's great love for him, and how she had sworn never to love another. "Good sir and gentle maid," replied Sir Lancelot slowly, "my sadness is great at what you say, for the Lady Elaine is as kind and gentle as she is beautiful. But I cannot love her, neither can I wed her, for I love another, whom also I cannot marry." Then Sir Lancelot departed of Camelot. There he was welcomed with great rejoicing by King Arthur and all his court, for Sir Gawain had arrived before him with the news. Some weeks later, King Arthur sat talking to Sir Lancelot, his greatest friend, by an open window of the castle. Suddenly they saw a strange boat, covered in black silk, drifting slowly down the river. It was steered by an old man, who brought it to rest near the castle. Wondering what it could mean, they went down to the water's edge. Lying in the boat as though asleep was the dead body of a beautiful young girl. Her pale hands held a letter, which the king gently took and read aloud. As Sir Lancelot heard the first words, his face turned pale and he bowed his head in great sorrow. "Most noble knight, my lord Sir Lancelot," King Arthur read, "I have died of love for you, who could not love me in return. As you are a knight without compare, think of me and pray for me, whom men called the Fair Maid of Astolat." The end. the sun was up, King Arthur set out with his hunting party for the forests beyond the River Usk. Soon after they had left, Queen Guinevere thought that she too would enjoy the fresh air and the sunshine. So, with but one of her ladies to keep her company, the Queen rode to the top of a hill overlooking the river. "We will wait here and watch the hunt," she said, "for it is warm, and see, we can look around for miles." Suddenly they heard the sound of hooves, and a tall young man rode out of the trees towards them. He was not in armour, nor was he dressed for hunting. He wore court clothes, his only weapon a light gold-handled sword. The rider bowed low to Queen Guinevere, who greeted him gaily. "You are most welcome, Sir Geraint," she said, "but why are you not hunting with the king?" "He had gone, my lady, before I knew of it," replied the young knight. "But when I was told that you had gone out alone without protection, I came to offer mine." "We welcome both your protection and your company," said the Queen. "See, the hunt should pass below there quite soon." While they stood talking, they heard amongst the trees the clank of armour and the trample of horses. They looked round to see a knight in full armour, mounted on a great war horse, riding past them, followed by a richly dressed lady on a pure white horse, with gold and silver harness. Behind her rode a little dog man with a fierce and bearded face. On the dwarf's back hung the knight's shield. In his left hand he carried his master's lance, while from his right hung a long knotted whip. The three passed by without a sideways glance. "Who is that warlike knight?" the Queen asked. "I know not, lady," for his face was covered by his helmet, and his shield was also hidden, replied Geraint. "But I will go and ask his page." He rode up to the dwarf. "The Queen would know your master's name," he said. "I will not tell you," replied the dwarf rudely. "Then I will ask him myself," said Geraint. "That you will not," said the fierce little man, "for you are not a noble enough knight to speak to him." And as Geraint turned his horse's head, the dwarf lashed out with his whip. The knotted lash caught Geraint across the mouth. Angrily, the young knight began to draw his sword. Then Geraint realised that if he killed the dwarf, he would immediately be attacked by the knight, who had stopped at the sound of the raised voices. Since he had but a light sword, Geraint knew that he would be no match for the fully armed knight. He thrust his sword back into its scabbard and returned to the Queen. "I am sorry you suffered that insult for my sake, sir," she said gently. Geraint's face was calm, but his eyes were angry as he bowed to Queen Guinevere. "An insult I would avenge, your majesty," he said quietly. "So with your permission, I will follow them until I can obtain arms and armour. Then will I know that proud knight's name." "We shall wait anxiously for word that you have done so and are safe," said Guinevere. "God go with you." All that day, Geraint followed the unknown knight, the lady and the dwarf, never allowing himself to be seen, but always keeping them in sight. At length, as the sun was beginning to set, they rode into a small town beside the great walls of a tall castle. myself and added them to my own. Then, when the boy became a man, he demanded back his lands, and I, in my greed and foolishness, would not return them. So he took them all, and left you this, said Geraint, and the old man nodded his head with a sigh. Geraint was silent for a moment. Since you now regret your deeds, he said at length, I will do all I can to regain for you what you have lost. But tell me, Geraint continued, about the proud knight who, with his lady and dwarfish page, stays now at the castle, and why are armourers so busy in the streets? The preparations are for tomorrow's tournament, replied the old earl, the prize for which is a falcon of pure gold. The knight you speak of has won the falcon for the past 2 years, and if tomorrow he wins it for a third time, then it becomes his own. Each year he stays at the castle with the young earl, my nephew, who likes him not but dares not refuse him. I like not this proud knight either, and have a score to settle with him, said Geraint. Through his dwarf he did insult the fair queen of my lord, King Arthur. So I would joust with him tomorrow, had I but arms and armour. I have armour here that you may have, and gladly, said the earl Lycanil. But for tomorrow's tournament your needs are more than that. No knight may challenge for the falcon trophy, he explained, unless he does so for the lady of his choice, who must go with him to the lists. Then, sir, replied Geraint, with your permission, and if your daughter would have it so, I will tomorrow make the challenge in her name. The earl at once agreed, and the Lady Enid's pale face flushed as she gently nodded her head, for she had never seen a nobler or more handsome knight than Geraint. The next morning was clear and bright, the spring sunshine reflecting on the pure gold falcon set on its stand before the seat of the young earl. A trumpet signalled for the first challenge, and immediately the proud knight rode out with his lady. Fetch me the golden falcon, he called to her in a deep voice, for I claim you are the fairest lady on earth. The lady was about to ride forward when Geraint cried, Touch not the falcon yet, for I too claim it for the Lady Enid. As Geraint rode out onto the field, all the spectators laughed, for he wore an old and rusty suit of armour, of a style long since out of fashion. The shield he carried was also rusty, and bore no design, so that none there knew who he was. But when the two knights had crashed together fiercely several times, and each time broken their lances, the people began to wonder who this knight in the rusty armour could be. Then the old Earl Lycanil went up to Geraint, saying, Noble sir, since other lances seem not strong enough, take this one which I was given when I received my knighthood. Again the two knights crashed together, and a great roar rose from the crowd, for this time only the proud knight's lance shattered, and he himself was flung to the ground. Geraint leapt from his horse and drew his sword. The fallen knight rose quickly to his feet, and they fought fiercely and long, each dealing the other many hard and wounding blows. But whereas his opponent seemed gradually to tire, Geraint remembered both the insult Spare my life, and I will change my ways. Go then to Queen Guinevere at Camelot, admit your fault, and make that promise to her. Tell her that Geraint of Cornwall sent you. As none of the other knights there would challenge so fierce and famous a fighter, Sir Geraint was presented with the golden falcon by the young earl, who then invited him to the castle. That I will not, replied Sir Geraint in a stern voice. I will go back to the old manor house. When he arrived there with the Earl Lycanil and the Lady Enid, they found to their astonishment that the young earl had sent his servants before them to clean the house and prepare a great feast in Geraint's honour. The young earl himself was there to meet them. Dear uncle, he said, kneeling at the old earl's feet, may I now, before this most noble knight of the Round Table, return to you all that is yours by right, and ask forgiveness. Then So this is called here the Iron Gate, a defended wharf where goods were once brought ashore. And I'm just trying to see where this is pointing to. So it says the Dark Age houses. I think it's pointing up here. Four small groups of ruined buildings are scattered along the sheltered eastern side of the island during excavations this century. Huge numbers of pottery fragments have been found here. Now this part, number 6, is the northern ruins. These buildings were probably built in the 5th or 6th century. Number 7, the tunnel, possibly a medieval larder with a sea wind blowing through to keep the food cool. And here, I think this might be number 5, the garden. This area was probably a medieval garden. I'm not really going in any particular order here. Number 8, the well, the only natural water catchment area on the site, and now a vital part of firefighting provision. Number 9, the Southern Cliffs. This area on top of this island may have played an important part in royal Dark Age ceremonies. 10 is the chapel, a tiny chapel built at the end of the 11th century. And this is the island courtyard. This was the inner courtyard of the medieval castle. And number 2 is the bridge. This wooden bridge is the only link between the mainland and the island. It spans the chasm created over hundreds of years when the neck of land has gradually fallen away. Mainland courtyard. This was the outermost part of the medieval castle built for Earl Richard in about 1235. And this is the entrance. The narrow, naturally defended passageway scatter of pottery of 3rd or 4th century date, some of it imported from elsewhere in Roman Britain, together with a few coins. The imported pottery, in particular, suggests that Tintagel was a place of more than local importance. The other is a pair of Roman milestones found on the mainland, either side of Tintagel. These suggest an officially signposted road running along the North Cornish coast. A Roman road list mentions a place called Joro Coronavium, somewhere in the vicinity. We cannot be sure, but this might have been Tintagel, a place recognised by the imperial authorities and perhaps used as a local tax centre. Just what such a Roman Tintagel might have looked like is not known, because as yet no remains of buildings have been found. Probably it would not have looked very different from any other Cornish village or hamlet at the time, with round houses and sheds of stone and timber under thatched roofs. All that would have set Tintagel apart would have been the good quality tableware in the houses, and the awareness of its inhabitants that they were a small part of the imperial administration. A royal stronghold. It may have been the memory of such a status, a sense of pride as much as any strictly practical considerations, that prompted the use of the headland as a royal seat in the centuries following the collapse of Roman rule. The defensive possibilities of the place were clear enough, and the sandy beach of the haven offered a good landing in calm weather. Throughout Britain, however, the rulers of the new independent kingdoms were keen to reinforce their claims to power by reference to Roman precedent. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Cornwall was part of the kingdom of Dumnonia, a region which included Devon and parts of Somerset. We know the names of very few early kings of these realms, but it is significant that one of them called himself Constantinus, after an earlier Roman emperor. So long as the memory of far distant but all-powerful emperors lasted, there was some advantage to be gained by claiming to be descended from them or by posing as their representative. So a bit more coffee. We shall probably never know the name of the man who ordered a wall of earth, stone and timber to be built across the neck of the headland, so creating the stronghold that became known as Tintagel. Clearly, he was a man of considerable importance. There is a greater quantity of luxury goods imported from the Mediterranean here at Tintagel than at all the other known Dark Age sites in Western Britain put together. There were not just domestic items, but wine and oil and fine tablewares. Most importantly, they were Roman prestige goods from far-off lands where a Roman emperor still ruled. This suggests that Tintagel had become a stronghold of the kings of Dumnonia, visited by them from time to time as they moved around their domain, or on special occasions such as coronations and the ceremonies when oaths of loyalty were renewed. In the early kingdoms of Britain, kingly power depended upon the allegiance of the leading members of the warrior class. Their loyalty Reformation as people from Dumnonia fled across the Channel to northwest France. In Cornwall, this time has been called a Dark Age, mainly because there are so few surviving records and so few real personalities are known. 5 or 6 centuries later, stories were told which combined Cornish tales with myths and pieces of half-remembered history from Ireland, Wales and Scotland. Very rarely can we link any of these stories back to actual history. If there are legendary names to be connected with Tintagel at this time, then those of Mark, Tristan and Isolde may be the most likely ones. King Mark is almost certainly a wholly fictitious character, and versions of the famous love story involving his nephew Tristan and the beautiful Isolde were told all along the western coast of Britain. However, the name Trustan appears on a 6th century memorial stone in South Cornwall, where he is described as the son of Cunamorus. Whether or not he was the Tristan in the story we cannot tell, but people came to think so. By the 9th century, Cunamorus had become identified with the mythical King Mark, and in the 12th century, when the love story of Tristan and Isolde was first written down, Tintagel was named as the court of King Mark. Richard, Earl of Cornwall. Let's grab some coffee. Nevertheless, by AD 1233, when Richard, the young Earl of Cornwall, came to Tintagel, it was King Arthur whose name was firmly linked to the windswept headland. This was the work of Geoffrey of Monmouth, who in AD 1136 defined a colourful and largely imaginary history of the kings of Britain. According to Geoffrey, Tintagel was the fortress of a Cornish duke called Corlois, and it was there by magic and trickery that the boy destined to become King Arthur was conceived. By Earl Richard's time, the story had been elaborated. Tintagel was now where Arthur had been born and possibly where he had lived. Richard was the brother of King Henry III and needed to establish himself amongst the Cornish, who were always suspicious of outsiders. He was also keen to play a part in wider European politics and even hoped to be chosen as Holy Roman Emperor. as King Arthur might really have lived there, a ready-aged fantasy castle worthy of its legendary setting. The Ruined Castle. Sounds like a good title for a story, I think. said.